I made a fantastic trade deal with China, $50 billion. They had to buy $50 billion a year from us. President Xi is a very amazing man. Controls a country with an iron fist. He's very smart. I got along with him very good until COVID came along, but I'll get along with him good again. And here's another one. And this is with Queen Elizabeth. Right here, who was fantastic, by the way. These images, I mean, who has images like this? And these were relationships, too. Look, here's now the king. Here's Charles with the guard. And this is the Queen, Queen Elizabeth. It's a piece of history at the highest level. Look, it's Charles. So beautiful. And they'll see the most beautiful places in the world. There are no places like this. And hopefully he's going to be well, because he's a really good person. Camilla is fantastic. And you get to know him so well. This is your favorite president with the Queen. She was unbelievable. She was great. We had a very good relationship, really good. This is NATO right here. This is at the United Nations. These are just great pictures. Interesting. Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Very high quality photos. Wonderful guy. So interesting. Even talking to you now and showing you like this was going to last for 2 seconds. And you start turning the pictures and even me, I mean, I'm looking at these pictures. So beautiful. Look, this is with the First Lady in front of the White House. Really something. Look, standing in front of the church, very famous photo. Christians love this photo. It wasn't put out of love, but Christians love the photo. It's such history. It's not about me, but as you go through the book, it's like you can't put it down. Look, this is unbelievable. You know what that is, right? South Dakota. Beautiful state. And the cover is actually, we decided to do that. That's a cover.
Look, there he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down, see him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump!
Instead, I'm here with you fighting like hell to get us.
What's happening?
And to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it.
Yeah, look, there he is.
Because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people.
On top of the roof, over there.
We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
Right on the roof.
It's much tougher than it happened.
Right on the roof.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart.
They're clearing the building right now. We've got one down on the roof.
They're moving him right now. Get in the tent.
Hello, good evening. We are here. It is election night 2024, and this is Pop and Politics. Thank you guys for joining us. We are going to be here all night long, at least until midnight, bringing you the latest in coverage of the 2024 election. Right now, polls are about to close or may have already closed in states such as Georgia, Pennsylvania, and I believe
Maryland.
yeah,
They should be
Maryland,
closed in a
right?
year.
Yeah. So we're going to bring you all the latest in news coverage. I'm KJ. Let me introduce you to my co-hosts. Of course, we have Yana
Hello.
and Shelly E.
Hi.
Guys, we will have people patching into us tonight from all over the country, special guests giving us on-the-ground reporting of what's going on, particularly in the battleground states. All right, also joining us right now, we have Phil Bell in Michigan. All right, and of course, Tyrone Keys is here. Now, he's in Maryland. He'll be with us for a good majority of the night. That's Tyrone Keys of Soldiers of Finance. How are you all doing tonight?
Hi, everybody.
Doing well.
Excellent. So, Phil, I want to start with you. You're in Michigan. What are you hearing there? I know you were working the polls. Is that correct? Okay.
Tyrone, how are you? What's going on out there in your neck of the woods?
Nothing, thankfully. But yeah, but I'm pretty excited to see what will happen this evening. I'm very optimistic. Got some early returns in, but we'll wait and see.
Right.
Right. Yeah. So basically, I want to run through some. Well, you guys saw we shared that video at the top of the show. That was Art of the Surge. That is a documentary or behind the scenes look at Trump's campaign. And it's a really good documentary. I encourage you guys to take a look at it. But it was some never before seen footage of the attempt at his life.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just remarkable that this hasn't been pushed more in the media.
Exactly. Like, that's what I thought. Looking at it, it brought tears to my eyes watching this. And when he first, he got down, and then when Trump stood up, you could see everyone else get up as well. And I thought that was an amazing moment because it showed that we cannot be subdued. We cannot be told to cower down. So that was amazing, and the fact that the media is not showing more of this, it's really telling on what kind of character they have.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think of that scene, Shelley?
Just like I remember when it actually happened, the day we went on air, and I can remember, our emotions were high everywhere. We didn't know what was happening, how injured Trump may have been, or anyone else. Of course, we hadn't heard at that time Corey Compatore had been killed. We didn't know that immediately. So it was just an emotional time, and I still remember that day. And to think it was only 3 months ago.
I know.
Yeah.
And in that scene, one of the last scenes that were shown, there was a young guy. He was on the bleachers and he had blood stained on his shirt. It's just so surreal. I remember he's actually an usher or one of the directors. He was at the rally that I attended in Pennsylvania. It was the rally right before the Butler, Pennsylvania rally, but this one was actually in Philadelphia, and he showed me to my seat. So I guess he works many of the rallies. I'm so happy he was not injured, but I mean, it's crazy to see. It really is.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, I want to start off by saying former U.S. president has not managed to return to the White House for a non-consecutive term since Grover Cleveland won in 1892. So this election tonight is historic on many levels. As we said earlier, Trump survived 2 attempts against his life throughout the race, sustaining a gunshot wound to the ear in the first attempt. Now on the verge of a historic election, the race is likely to come down to a scant 7 battleground states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Of these 7, all save North Carolina broke for Biden in 2020. And the big state to watch right now, at least, is Virginia. Virginia has always been sort of like a temperature check for the nation. There's 2 congressional seats that we're watching tonight. I believe it's Congressional seat 7 and Congressional seat 3. Those 2 seats generally tell how the nation will go in a presidential election. Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes will present the biggest prize of the night. Georgia and North Carolina, both 16 each, while
17.
Michigan ranks 4th with 15.
And Ohio has 17, right? I think Ohio has 17.
While each state is expected to be a tight race, early calls for either candidate on the East Coast states could spell an early evening for election viewers. So should Harris lose Pennsylvania and Michigan, for example, a Trump victory garnering the needed 270 electoral college votes would be highly likely.
So I mean, again, from what I've been hearing and reading, Trump seems to have a few more paths to victory than Kamala Harris does. Of course, I no shame in my game. I want Trump to win, because if he wins and it's called for him while we're on this air, I am going to dance for you all.
Yeah.
Well, we all going to dance.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we all are. Some analysts have suggested Trump could shock the nation with exactly such upsets in Democratic-leaning states like Virginia, which we're waiting for now, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Maine. So
I want Trump to win. That's my goal, my wish. I want it to be even more of a landslide.
Yes.
I want that map to look like Reagan's in 1984, I think it was, Tyrone. I want that map to look as red with maybe one blue state, California, whatever. But I want it to look like red is just running all over. Crayola and dumped all their color all over the map.
yeah, absolutely. So Just the News is reporting polling data ahead of the election has suggested that Trump is on track to win the highest share of the Latino vote of any Republican presidential candidate since George W. Bush in 2004. Trump has also worked to make inroads in the Black community, and some data has shown him gaining ground with Black males. Women have drifted toward Harris and the Democrats in recent years, and a turnout among that bloc could prove pivotal.
Now, as I was saying, I don't doubt that Trump can win this election if everything is fair, if everything is legal, whatever is happening there at the voting facilities.
Right.
I still remember 2020 when I went to bed thinking that I'm going to wake up and Trump is still president. Well, that he won, and then something happened at 2 a.m.
Well,
when we were
I won't say the
sleeping.
word, but I'll say it rhymes with feet. So that's what was going on.
Yeah, something happened. So, I mean, I hope they call it early, because I don't want the same situation as last time when it was like midnight and still they were not calling.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, we still have more to count, count. So, yeah.
Because do you guys know of any process that has gotten slower since a computer was introduced into it? Right. And I know that when we had the levers, you pulled the lever back in Maryland with the old voting machines, they have results that
Same
night.
night.
Right. Right. But now you mean to tell me we have computers and it actually could take a week or more? That doesn't sound right.
Tyrone, a buddy of mine, now he's older than me. I think he's, I don't know, at least 10 years older than me. I know. He, on social media, he's going to challenge me talking about, when have we ever had results by 9 p.m. or something like that? I said, you get a grip. Maybe not 100% by 9, but at least by 11 o'clock, midnight, we had at least 80 to 90% of the polls reporting.
Absolutely.
You know, even maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Of course we've had it for most of our lifetime.
Exactly.
We've known who the president was by the end of election night.
Exactly.
Not until we've brought in the mail-in voting, massive mail-in voting. Now we wait 2, 3 days, weeks until knowing which states come through. It's the mail-in voting,
Right.
and I said it too on my social media, and Democrats came on me saying it's not true. It is true. Before
It is true.
COVID, before mail-in
Exactly.
voting, we knew election night.
Exactly.
And we all, I mean, I still remember the news that there were some reports last time of ballots where only the first question was filled out. Only the president, like there was nothing about governor or senator or any other questions. It was just the president. So what it tells me is that someone was sitting and just quickly filling out that first question. It's obvious.
Yeah, we definitely knew.
So I just hope that they call early.
Wait a minute. Speaking of knowing or just results in general, have you all heard there's this prestigious school in New York City or above New York, above Manhattan in the Bronx, I think it is, that they are closing the schools tomorrow because they want to make sure the children are not stressed out about the results of the election. This is a prestigious school. I'm going to look it up in a few minutes, but I think they pay $65,000 a year, and then this is a private, like a K through 12.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, speaking of ridiculous things going on, it looks like the issue between Biden and Kamala Harris is still going on. So the relationship has really been strained. Washington Examiner is reporting that Biden and Harris have appeared strained throughout the election, with her seeking to distance herself from the administration by promising to turn the page and usher in a new way forward. So much so, they're not even watching the returns come in together tonight. So President Joe Biden will not attend Vice President Kamala Harris's election night watch party, which is another sign of, some type of issue. So it says here, and I quote, tonight the president and first lady will watch election results in the White House residence with longtime aides, while Vice President Kamala Harris is watching it at Howard University.
Well, did you see Jill Biden's outfit when she went to vote?
No.
So she wore a bright red pantsuit.
Oh.
And it really, I mean, these people, it's so interesting to me. I wonder if that's a message that she's sending. I wonder who she voted for, because I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, first of all, she dresses, I call her a clown when she dresses anyway, most of the time. She looks like a clown. To your point, KJ, about Biden not being there with Harris at Howard University, there's a second reason. He has to be in bed. He needs to be sedated. He starts sundowning around about now. So they need to give him, his Ativan and some other medications so he can go take his butt to bed. So that's more of it. But tomorrow we're going to start getting the post campaign analysis about what really went on. You're going to start hearing the leaks through the media, how they didn't get along and how she, like you said, distanced herself and she gave him the F finger and he really, sabotaged. You're going to start hearing this over the next few weeks.
Absolutely. Guys, I want to acknowledge our super chatters. Certainly we appreciate you guys tonight hanging in with us. We have Gimpy with a $2 super chat. Says Trump 2024.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. We have, what's that?
Anoon.
Carisian.
Okay, Anoon Carisian.
Okay, with a $2 super chat. Thank you. All right. Shantia with a $2 super chat says Trump 2024. All right. Laura,
Hi, Laura.
Is in our Freedom Seekers Club. Guys, if you haven't done so already, join our Freedom Seekers Club. You get special emojis. We send out members-only content and loads of other stuff. So please join. It's a great way to support us also. Thank you, Laura.
And please, there's
Kung Fu.
Yeah, Kung Fu CJ with the $2 super chat says, Yana, no worries. They are watching. All right. Get those likes up, guys. Definitely like, share, and subscribe. Like this broadcast. It does help to increase our algorithm. All right, so Terry with the $2 super chat says, no such thing as fair in politics. All right, Terry. Gimpy with another $2 super chat says, too big to risk.
That's right.
All right. And Laura, thank you so
Thank you,
much for
Laura.
the Freedom Seeker $1 super chat. Thank you.
And please hit the like button. Everyone who's watching, please don't forget to hit the like button. It really helps us.
I want to mention something about the members only. So for all of you out there, again, like KJ said, subscribe and become a member. And we have some new stuff in there, I think, right? Recently, or will be. You're going to see some of my shooting lessons and practices. You know, you're going to see the ups, the downs, the faux pas, all kinds of stuff. Not unsafe. But go in there. We're posting footage in there over time. So I've been going to the range a little bit more and getting some training and practice. So I'm going to show you some of those some of those tricks and shots. Shelly's shots. Check it out.
All right. All right. So I want to get you guys in here. Do we still have Phil Bell? I know we had him from Michigan.
Looks like he's gone. He's gone.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right then. All right, I think we do not have Phil Bell. I want you guys to take a look at this clip here. Again, since we're talking about, these Democrats and how they, cheat, take a look at this clip 3 of a Democratic committee woman in Pennsylvania.
Is there a problem here?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Well, you're putting a sign right in front there.
I'm moving my signs because they were
Okay, well you can't,
down.
you just can't block the signs there.
You can't block
Yeah, you can't put signs in front like that. Like you did over here, see?
Yeah.
See, I mean, you just can't do that.
Right.
I mean, you might think you can do that, but you can't do that.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm in public, so I have the right to record you, obviously.
Oh, it's okay.
I know it's okay.
I mean, I'm an elected official.
Oh, well, I don't care,
No,
but thank
tell
you.
me. My name's Mary Ann Minek. I am the elected committee woman for the Democratic Party in Moon District 6.
Good for you, thank you.
Okay.
Good.
So you know damn well you're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah. I mean, they're just wicked. They don't play fair at all.
No, they don't.
And what is she saying? She's what?
She's a committee woman.
Committee woman, and she's elected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
like a councilwoman.
Right. So, does that give her a right to do something?
No,
like
you're
that?
you're not supposed to block other people's signs.
Right.
You're supposed to use whatever
Exactly.
space.
So, what is she trying to say when she's saying I'm a committee woman?
She's trying to say she has a position and a title and
Right.
maybe some status.
But that's exactly what someone who's a public servant not supposed to do.
Okay. I say that all the time.
So they are really acting like not like they're part of democracy. It's really behavior of a totalitarian person saying, look,
right.
I'm in the position of power, so I can do that.
Right.
Exactly.
That's
I
right.
want to let you guys know Maryland has been called for Kamala Harris.
Oh.
We knew that was, this is a very liberal state. So she does win. She is a projected winner of Maryland with 10 electoral votes. All right.
Nothing new there. No news there.
Right.
All right. So let's see here. All right. I believe we have Phil Bell out of Michigan is with us now.
I made it.
Phil.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you. So Phil is, he has a YouTube channel here, the All American Talk Show, and you generally out of Maryland, but tonight you're in Michigan. What can you tell us is going on there, Phil?
So it's very interesting. First of all, I'm actually at the victory party for Congressman Bill Huizenga, who represents a little bit of the western portion of the state of Michigan. The spirits are very high, a lot of excitement. We were out sign waving, and I know there are a lot of you out there who know me and say, Phil, you hate sign waving, but we had a good time. And the interesting thing is, as I've seen with this entire race, there are a lot more people either willing to express support or be positive overall toward Republicans, which in a lot of these settings isn't normal. So I was really excited to see that. And secondly, whether you're talking to people who are part of some of these campaigns or whatnot, the spirits are relatively high. And I've been around a lot of campaigns to know that, you can range from high to resigned and then have trepidation in the middle. And I like the fact that it's closer to being high. So that's a great thing.
Excellent, excellent. And so were you able to actually work any of the polls? Were you out and about there at all?
No, I was well, I should back up. I like to say I did the most important thing, which was attended President Trump's rally last night. Was not able to work one of the polls because all of that was covered, and a lot of that varies by state. But from what I've been told, the turnout was relatively good. What really did work in our favor, I think, and this is interesting, the weather did get a little bit overcast. It got a little rainy for a while. So I think that's going to make it to help keep turnout to the diehards, and the diehards not necessarily being 4 out of 4 voting Republicans, but people who are enthusiastic about turning the country around and solving the issues that really matter, like inflation, as opposed to a lot of these vanity things like, oh, you want to talk about reproductive rights. No, no, no. Doesn't matter if you don't have any money. So that's what I think is really working in our favor today.
Can you describe the crowd, the Trump supporting crowd there in Michigan in terms of ages, racial diversity, things like that?
Well, that's another interesting thing. It has been all over the place. You have a lot of people who are your traditional Republicans, exactly what you're expecting, but you see a lot of blacks, you see a lot of Hispanics, you see a little bit of everything around. And that's been the same thing that we've seen with this movement overall. And I can even think back to 2020 when we were here getting media after that steal started, and you saw the same thing. So I would characterize this as being exactly what you saw at the RNC convention in terms of speakers and in terms of attendees. So that's something that really I also think bodes well for us in many ways.
Hey, Phil. Hi. So what time is it there? You're an hour behind Eastern time?
No. We're in Eastern time.
Oh, okay, you're Eastern time.
Not till you get now the Upper Peninsula, Michigan.
Right.
That is on. Most of that is on Central Time, I believe. But I'm in the Lower Peninsula. Yeah, by Holland.
So outside of Detroit, what are some I guess counties that we could look at and to get an idea?
So Detroit is in Wayne County, and then you have some of the collar counties to that, including, and the name escapes me right now. It's the one Washtenaw, I think that's how you pronounce it. That's another. And third is Kent, where the rally was held for Grand Rapids. So don't just look at Detroit and Wayne County, but you look at the collar areas around that. And that's a situation like we have in a lot of places where it's not necessarily that we need to win them. It's that we need to lose them not so badly. So if we're getting 20-25%, that's going to be a problem. If we're getting 30-35%, that's going to put us in really good shape. Place like Kent, we need to win it. I would also look at the performance on the Upper Peninsula. I think the name is Schoolcraft. That's one of the few blue counties that's up there. I'm not necessarily expecting to win it, but I would like to see how the performance goes there because, again, keeping that Dem turnout down, or if some of those Dems start to go the other way and vote for Trump, which is possible, especially there, that is something that I think would help us.
All right. What's the weather like that out right there? I mean, like right now.
Oh, right now, well, it's misty. It's misty. So it rained hard for probably about 15-20 minutes. Got misty earlier, and then during the day when we were out sign waving, very windy, but brightening. So that was the other good news.
Good.
Phil, do you have any insight on the Muslim vote? I know that several high-profile members of that community came out in favor of Trump. Do you have any insight there?
Well, that's the interesting thing. I don't think we're going to be able to find out what that looks like until after the vote is counted, because this is the same thing that you're going to see among a lot of so-called minority communities. I say so-called because I really hate that term. But when you're talking about groups of people who have been consistent voters for one party or the other, you start to see this shift in a gradual way. You'll get people who are going to take that risk and come out and say, okay, I'm going to support President Trump, or I'm going to vote Republican, and I want you to do it too. But you still have a fair amount of people that are stuck in the mud, and they're not going to necessarily make that change. So what it's going to take, I think, is probably 1 or 2 election cycles before we see something significant. But remember, what we're talking about here in Michigan is making some victories at the margins. So if you start to see some of those places like Hamtramck, where the turnout ends up going a little bit higher for President Trump than normal, or in Dearborn, again, a little bit higher for President Trump than normal, that's what's going to help give us the state. I do think, given the people who have come out and endorsed, we're talking about the mayor of Hamtramck, and I don't know if anyone, or I know you do, but for the viewers who don't know the story, that is a community that elected an entirely Muslim city council. And this, a Democrat, by the way, Muslim city council. And the residents at first were very happy because they wanted to say, oh, diversity is a strength, blah, 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 the normal liberal claptrap talking points. But then those Muslims said, hey, we're going to stick true to our values in the way that we lead this community. And that really alienated a lot of the far leftists who didn't realize that, you know, diversity means actually having to listen and understand someone different than you.
That's
So
right.
that's what's caused a lot of the friction in that community. But on a positive note for us, that's what's made a lot of them willing to consider our side. Whereas in the past, they said, look, the Republican Party is not for me. So I think that we won't be able to see any real actionable insights, nothing I'd feel comfortable sharing at this point. But sadly, you know, we're going to have to wait till the results. But I think the results will be much better for us.
I am
Gotcha. Thank
looking
you.
forward to those results of the Muslim community. Growing up and just being an immigrant in America, I had a lot of friends. I've had friends from all over the world, and including people from the Middle East. And they used to lean, I mean, not lean, they would vote Democrat every time. But recently, even from my friends, I'm hearing different opinions, and they are starting to support Republicans. And one of the biggest reasons is the whole transgender movement and pushing transgender ideology in schools. And all these people have children, and they want traditional values for their children. And I know that in Hamtramck there in Michigan, that was the biggest thing, is that they banned LGBT flags on government buildings, and which makes sense because those are government buildings. It shouldn't be partisan. And the liberal people in that area, they lost it. So I'm excited about the so-called minority vote.
Yeah.
All right.
And let me add one thing.
I saw you were.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just having a little excited moment over here. I'm just looking at some of these results coming in.
No, go ahead. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Oh, so I was looking at, I forget the site, NTD, and they were just talking about some of the Senate races. I saw one for Maryland, at least right now, it had Hogan up 71%, but it was only it was less than 10% of the vote in. So, but I mean, I'm having some, I need to expend some energy.
Okay. We have a super chat here. Laura with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, exciting night. I'm so happy you are on tonight. I love you all. Let's pray. Please let it be Trump 2024. Exactly.
Amen.
Terry with the $2 super chat says, nothing new about Maryland. Exactly.
Well, wait. Can I respond to Terry for a second?
Sure.
Terry, listen. Even though we didn't win the state tonight, let's remember this is a gradual process. Democrats have been running Maryland since before the Civil War. It's before the Civil War. They've had that long. They co-opted everybody who came in. So if people like you stay enthusiastic and say, look, I'm going to support Republicans and I'm going to hold them accountable, that's going to grow so that maybe it's not going to be the next election, but by the 2032 election, might seem like a long way away, but we could very well be talking about Maryland as a swing state. And I think that's something we all want.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good point, Phil.
Calvin Richard with the $5 super chat says, has the rigging in the swing state started yet? Absolutely. Now, one thing I want to ask you, Phil, because I know you are in Michigan currently, but you're generally in the Virginia area.
Yeah.
And have you been following this Virginia House race between Eugene Vindman and Derek Anderson? That's supposed to be a major race to follow. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so it's a very interesting race, and it really goes back to 2 members ago, which was Dave Bratt. And a lot of people remember Dave Bratt because he famously beat Eric Cantor, who was the sitting Republican House Majority Leader, now and likely future Speaker. That district was redone by court challenges. This is one of the ways the left likes to beat us is they like to go do these insane court challenges, find somebody and have that person say, well, it's unconstitutional for me to be represented by a Republican, which, by the way, doesn't make any kind of sense because in Virginia, there is no partisan anything in the Constitution, number one. And number two, you're not entitled to partisan representation either way under the U.S. Constitution. But that being aside, that resulted in a redrawing of the district that made the 7th district, which was a very conservative district, one of the most conservative in the country, one of the most Republican in the country, into one that became a swing district. Now, I believe in the last 2 elections, they absolutely stole it. Nick Freitas, who has become a great podcaster and is a Virginia state delegate, ran some great races there. And this was one of those situations where thumb drives were found after after he was leading, and by a fair amount, and suddenly he was losing. Now, Vindman, of course, has a lot of money because he is the brother of the other Vindman who was trying to help impeach and remove President Trump from office. It looks like, though, it has been a very, very competitive race. And I think a lot of what's going to happen there is going to come down to how President Trump performs in that area. I don't, as with the entire election this time, I think abortion, which is the sort of thing that everybody has been saying could be a major difference maker in that race and a variety of others, I don't think it's going to be as strong. I think this is an economics focused election. So it's really going to come down to which one of them made the better case. Now, I don't know exactly what either of them were saying on that, aside from that Vindman has tried to cast himself as a more moderate in terms of Abigail Spanberger, who is currently holding the seat and is not seeking re-election because she's going to run for governor. But let's also remember, Abigail Spanberger, while she talks like a moderate, has governed like a liberal. And that is the thing that you could also expect out of Vindman. So it's really going to come out to, like I said, how the voters feel about either of these candidates on the economy, but also how those outside of the Richmond suburbs decide to turn out. Because this is the problem we have in Virginia. We have a lot of people who are conservative, and a lot of them don't vote. So if they're in a voting mood today, then Derek very well could win. And then we could also, of course, have the possibility of a hung cow and a Donald Trump there, too.
Wow, yeah, it's neck and neck right now with 58% of the votes counted. Vindman is up 51.8% to Anderson's 48.3%.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Phil, speaking of abortion, and this is being reported by The Hill, but it's talking about Florida. So their abortion amendment failed. So the six-week ban stays in place in Florida.
Yes.
That is great news.
It's to your point. Of course, we've been hearing in the media, abortion is the main thing the Democrats have been running on. I'm kind of like you, Phil. I don't think it's been as big of an issue to as many women as we have been led to believe. I just don't think that. Yes, there's some pockets, if you will. There's some demographics, some certain age groups, and of course, and around certain geographic locations, particularly your college-age women, maybe some of the big cities. But I don't think abortion has been as big or important an issue to many people or many women as the media has been making it, and certainly not the Democratic Party. I think that they overreached their hand. They overplayed their hand in that.
Because there's nothing else that they have. So that's the only thing that they have to push on, I guess, the emotions of women and emotions on those feminist men who think that they need to defend the women's right to kill their baby.
Right.
So that's really why that's all they've been pushing. And it's a very liberal talking point, like the hippie talking point.
Right.
The other thing is, and I've repeated this numerous times, 0.5% of women in America had abortions in 2023. 100% of women were exposed to inflation some way, somehow, either at the grocery store or, elsewhere, trying to buy a home or car insurance. 100% of the women were exposed to that.
Exactly.
So that just drives home the economic importance of the election.
And you know what, Tyrone? I know you've been saying that, and you're right. And another thing I thought about is that, again, I used to volunteer at a crisis pregnancy center. I think they also underrepresented, or they certainly don't even talk about, the women who have had an abortion. And many of those women they regret it. They carry that everlasting sorrow with them, right? They do not want other abortions. right? So they don't even really touch that demographic. They don't really, give that demographic a voice to say, wait a minute, I did that. It was a mistake. I regret it. Don't do that. They don't want to hear from them. So I think, again, those are typically more mature women, I'll say. They learn from their experience.
Breaking news out. The Vigilant Fox is reporting out of Pennsylvania, exit polls show that it's the lowest percentage of black turnout in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Like Hillary Clinton got more black voters to turn out than have turned out right now. The Harris campaign was hit with more bad news when he revealed that Kamala is losing independents in Pennsylvania. Current betting odds show Trump has a 61% chance of taking Pennsylvania.
Where's that coming from? Who's that? Fox?
This is on the Vigilant Fox.
Okay.
So they're looking at the raw numbers here of exit polls.
Yeah, the black vote, if the black vote, so-called black vote, particularly in Pennsylvania, if they don't come out for her, that's a good sign for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, now, could I redirect real quick? I want to back to what you were saying on abortion just for a moment. Yana, you made a great point on emotions. One of the things that I think is a very powerful argument, because it's so true when we talk about abortion and emotions, is let's get away from talking about, whether a child or a choice or anything like that. Ask yourself this question. What would happen if your spouse was never born? What would happen if your best friend was never born? What would happen if the person who gave you an opportunity in school or at work was never there? I think about that. The people that are closest to me, people like you that I work with, if that were the case, that would be very sad. And
Right.
so when we look at it in that context, it's all equally as emotionally draining to look at that and say, wow, wait a second, you know what? If my mother had made a choice, or if someone else's did, things might be dramatically different. And I don't know if that was better. And if we start to think of it that way, that's a way to really reach some of these people.
That's a good point,
Exactly,
Phil,
and
for
what,
conservatives, for our side to use that tactic.
What Shelley been saying, that totally, that's exactly what they do not want to touch, is this idea of women who regret those decisions that they made when they were younger, and maybe they were being pushed by the liberal agenda that was saying, look, there's no problem, you have, your whole life is in front of you, it's inconvenient to have a baby right now, so it's just a choice. That's how it was presented to a lot of young women. And what Phil, you were saying, think about also, siblings. What if, your mother chose not to have some of your siblings?
Right.
And you could have had siblings and you don't. I mean, that is a real thing. And also, so this whole idea of women who regret that decision, and also the transgender detransitioners, that's another demographic that the Democrats really do not want to know about, that they exist. But there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of women who have had abortions, and they do not want that to be something that is pushed onto the young women as a normal thing to do.
I think
let me just say this about
Fox News decision desk has just called Florida for Trump.
Yay!
I saw that. I saw that again. But
let me say this about the very real loss of potential, piggybacking on what you all have said about abortion. It's quite possible that we have aborted cures for cancer, people who would set foot on Mars, all manner of transformative human being. That's another way that I like to try to look at this.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to say, I think for our side, these are ways that we can better reach, if you will, if you want to use the word minister to, connect with those populations, like we were just saying, so that, of course they want to paint us as these just anti-pro-choice people, but no, this is how we can make real connections with real people who are, again, maybe they're suffering, or emotionally from their fine, but we have, I do believe, our side, we have the, I'm going to say the prescription, if you will. We have the care, if you will, the compassion that they need, and that we need to connect with them to help carry them through.
Yeah. And to that point about, your point about, the cures for cancer and so on, a good example. It's not quite there, but think about Dante Culpepper. A lot of people remember him. He played football for the Minnesota Vikings and the Miami Dolphins, a great quarterback for a while. He was born in jail. His mother was in jail. Now, you think about somebody who would definitely not be in a position to be a parent to a child, who would definitely be having a lot of these messages given to her, not only by the state, but by the culture and by a bunch of loser guys. Because, by the way, I always also believe you're going out and you're paying for abortions because you want to be able to live your life more fun and you're a guy, I think you're a loser, doing that. But you know what? Dante was born, and sure, it's sports. It's not as important as some of these things we talk about, but he made a dramatic impact and ended up being one of the best in the NFL for many years. And that may very well have never existed. So when you put it in that context, it's really hard for me to look out and say, well, this is just a political conversation. No, this is a human conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen, just as some of the raw data coming in from the exit polls, from the polling tonight, from states that have already declared, men are playing a huge factor in this election tonight. We have two men here with us on the panel. Can you talk about what do you think is the driving force behind more men voting conservative, voting Republican tonight, voting for Trump?
You want to go ahead, Phil?
Yeah, sure. Look, number one is wokeness, because keep in mind what wokeness is doing is twofold. One, it is suppressing true masculinity, which is the idea of, hey, look, you're going to build structures. And I don't mean structures just like buildings, but building companies and so forth, and making yourself stronger and making yourself into the provider for a family. And that all of those things are positive. Wokeness has taken that away. Wokeness has told you that if you like to watch football, if you like to drink beer and so on, this is somehow toxic. All of that is terrible messaging. And they got away with that terrible messaging for years when it was just having the goofy dad on sitcoms. But lately it has become so much more. So that's one. And you could actually see this if you went to a lot of closed Facebook groups and they had, teenage or 20 somethings or even early 30 somethings guys. They were just happy to cut up and joke and you name it, whether you're talking about video games or with me, model trains and so forth. All of those things were underground and you weren't seeing it a lot in polling and the like, because the mainstream media wanted to just make it so you couldn't be who you are. So I think that's one of the big reasons for the shift. And I think it's a great shift. Now, if we can just get back to having somebody like a Ward Cleaver or a Cliff Huxtable, to be clear, Media Matters, I didn't say Bill Cosby. I said Cliff Huxtable, to be the idea of masculinity, as opposed to P. Diddy and Jay-Z, who are the polar opposites of that.
No doubt, no doubt. And I feel that from an economic standpoint, the Democrats have actually tried to cleave the marital relationship apart just for votes. Okay. So when you talk about being a man married, to a woman, and you all are teaming up to make things happen in your life and in the lives of others, that rattled me a little bit. It was very distasteful and off-putting the way the Democrats continue to try to drive a wedge between husband and wife, for this election. So when it comes to someone like Trump, who understands business, who really deeply understands the economy, and for those of you who question that, go back and look at that Bloomberg interview that he did. That was masterful. This is the kind of thing that men want to see, the ability to do what's necessary and right, not just for our economy, but also throughout the world, so that we have peace as opposed to these constant conflicts. Okay, that's another issue. So there are about half a dozen more that I could speak to, but just from the male perspective, I think the most important in this particular election is that economic piece that is going to allow, get out of the way and allow men to, prosper for their families.
I agree with that. And I would say one thing. If we win this election, we've got to take this opportunity, and I'm not talking about as politicians, but us as individuals, to go ahead and deliver on these gains. Let's set that example. For those of us who understand what real masculinity is, let's live it. Let's get rid of the OnlyFans. Let's get rid of all of that. And I'm not trying to say that as a laugh line, but I'm serious. Let's do that and set an example. So the others who are voting on our side and saying, okay, well, hey, you guys told me that this will be great.
Absolutely.
Let's make it great so they can follow us.
And to get rid of, well, the Department of Justice is doing a good job of this, but to get rid of the P. Diddy type of culture that emphasizes, the worst treatment of women, that emphasizes material excess, okay, and just degeneracy, to call that out and to actively reject it.
Right. And talking about, sorry.
Oh, and emphasizes just the absolute worst. And I know it's slightly different from the economic case, but you think about one of the things that really bothered me, the uniform. It was black men dressing up in white T-shirts and the pants halfway down the rear end and so on. And that was my generation, because I'm 43, that really pioneered that. That's absurd. Let's not tell people this is great and then give them record deals and give them vodka and everything else and say this is an example of success.
And what I've been noticing lately in the male culture is that we have those the woke, the weak men who really don't have a voice or act like they don't have a voice, and they're just passing the torch to women, and they're being very feminine, very feminist men. So you have those. And then you, on the other side, you have those that like the Andrew Tate kinds. And so, which is not necessarily, I don't agree with those either, when they are really degrading women and saying things like women shouldn't have any voice, and that women should always be subservient in any situation. So, and the men who are really the supporters, the providers, that are the leaders, they have not been really speaking out as much. So I'm hoping that we can elevate the conservative men who are real leaders, and not those that are kind of capitalizing on this, on men feeling like they're not being heard, and now they're joining these cults. Really, I think that there's like a male cult going on the right as well.
And before we move on, before you guys respond to that, what about these types of men? Take a look at this. This is clip number 2.
Don't show me.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. That's why I cast my vote today.
I think there's actually another clip. I don't think you have it. It's when his wife and her boyfriend come out and they ask them a couple of questions as well.
What in the world was that? This is what the left. He's an independent voter.
He is definitely voting for Tampon Tim. That's all I can say. But you know what? There's something I want to talk about there that's really interesting. He was talking about women and freedom to do with your bodies and so on. Here's the thing, and this is the most controversial thing I'll probably say all night. Everybody makes a choice when it comes to pregnancy, when we're talking about consensual relationships, not anything non-consensual or incest like that. Talking about consensual relationships. You make a choice if you want to either become a mother to a child or a father to a child. The difference is you make that choice not after pregnancy has occurred and you're sitting around and saying, oh, wait a minute, I hadn't intended for that to happen. You make that choice when you get together the first time. And that's the thing that we are unwilling to say, but I'm happy to do it because it's responsibility. I remember when I was young, I was not in a position to be a father. So you make sure you do not put yourself in the position to be a father. Can it be difficult? Absolutely. But you're an adult, and that's what's expected of you. And the same thing can be asked of women. This is nothing new. And the reason why we have men like that is because our society does not demand accountability, and therefore things really get out of whack.
And it's interesting that he mentioned his daughters because there was some movement in Congress a few months ago to include women in the draft. And about 12 hours ago, North Korean soldiers got into a firefight with Ukrainian soldiers. So we could really be on the cusp, depending on who wins this tonight, we could be on the cusp of World War III. And I don't know how old his daughters are, but we stayed in Afghanistan for a generation. So depending on how bad things could get in such a situation, if you really care for your daughters, you would care about their economic viability, and you would also care about the temperature of the world that they're growing up in with regard to these conflicts.
Yeah, absolutely. But you see time and time again, even with the BET Men's Summit that we commented on, I believe was it Monday, we see these Democratic leftist men, they're all advocating for abortion. And this is what they feel is their rallying call for the women in their lives.
I really think it's because they don't want to be responsible for the children that they father, because they want to mess around with as many women as possible, and then basically say, oh, you got pregnant, just get an abortion. It's no big deal. It's the same as taking some sort of pill. I mean, that's how they see it. And there's lots of men who are pro-abortion because they do not want to take responsibility for their own actions.
Yep.
I'm glad you said that, Yana, because that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Look at what we allow. And that's the thing. The culture will push it, but it's up to what we allow to go forward. And I remember years ago, I can't remember if it was Maxim, which would be kind of interesting because I think Maxim endorsed Trump this time. So if they did, thank you. But they said something like, a man thinks about sex every 30 seconds or 25 seconds. And I remember thinking, well, that's not true. I mean, when I got up today, I was thinking about how am I going to pay this bill? How am I going to get to work on time? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? Oh, that woman's pretty hot. But now how am I going to do this? And don't get me wrong, it did not happen every 30 seconds. All of those other things. But the problem is, we get to the point where the idea of masculinity is to convince men to live that way. If you're living that way, you're not going to do things like advance yourself in your career. You're not going to advance the resources you have. And what are you going to end up with? Not much to offer, and also not many women. So it's a self-destruction, and that is what's killing masculinity.
Yeah, it's a distraction also that telling men that it's okay for you to be thinking about sex literally every second of your life. I mean, that's distracting. How can they focus on anything else? How can they create anything? How can they fix the society? I mean, that's really a strange thought.
Yeah, we do want to acknowledge our super chatters tonight. Thank you all so much. Let's see here. All right. We have, let me see here. Okay. Kung Fu CJ said with this $5 super chat says, I am sorry, but we will not know tonight. They are being watched and they know it, regular citizens. All right, I hope that's not the case. I pray it's not the case, but we'll see. Yes, Terry with the $5 super chat says, I am a lifelong Democrat, live in Maryland, changed my party affiliation this year to support Trump 24.
Go Terry.
That's amazing.
Absolutely, it certainly is. I want to bring in, speaking of Maryland, I want to bring in Blanca Tapawasco.
Before we go to Blanca, I want to say, Newsmax.
Blanca.
Hi, Blanca.
Oh, we have breaking news. Shelley has
Newsmax is reporting with 63% of the precincts or the vote in Georgia right now going for Donald Trump with 52% of the vote and 63% reporting. So that's just Newsmax.
All right. Well, welcome, Blanca. How are you tonight? What are you looking for as far as the returns that have come in? What's your reaction so far?
Well, I'm very encouraged. When I hear that not just 25% or a certain gender but it is truly, to me, a testament of the outreach that has been done all throughout the nation, that 25% of Black men are voting in Georgia in favor for Donald Trump. I believe that they mentioned 11% was the last time. And frankly, I think that people are being DEI voters. They really are. They want to be a debt buster. They want to make sure that the economy gets a boost, and they want to make sure that indoctrination is banned. So I'm a DEI voter.
Yeah. All right. All right. I don't mind that DEI.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Love it.
Yeah. Yeah. Good news. I mean, still early, so don't want to get too excited. What were you going to say, Yana?
Oh no, I was just commenting on what Blanca said. And hi, Blanca.
Hi. Hi.
So you're in Maryland, in Baltimore. Can you tell us what are some issues that were important to you? And I know you're a parent, so
Yes.
why did you go out to vote, and what was your driving reasons?
Well, this is the first time in our household we had 4 registered voters, which is so exciting. Okay, so I have been a registered voter. My husband voted for the first time as an American citizen today.
Oh,
So he voted. Yes, he voted for
That's
Donald Trump.
wonderful.
He couldn't wait. The scamdemic. Unfortunately, the scamdemic held many people that wanted to become a citizen back in 2020, and so that was unfortunate. 2022, he could vote for the governor at that point, but exciting. So, and then we had my 18-year-old who's a registered independent, and my 17-year-old who was so bummed that he could not vote. And he actually said, "Mom, can I vote for Trump the next time?" And I said, "Hon, this was the one time." And so, but the issues that are really important to us is, I mean, this household. I know Tyrone is on, and he graciously gave us 1 hour one time of me and my husband when we learned that he lost his job after 25 years, trying to see what that was going to look like after March. So for us, it's really 3 things, and that is that there was more there was more of the economic sustainability in our home 4 years ago. Second, I believe that the education system, which you all know in Maryland specifically, but Baltimore City, where we actually live, 70% proficiently graduating. That was the same number 8 years ago under the same CEO. So for us, it was economics. For us, was education. And the third thing is that we want to, as American citizens, we want to be engaged. So for me, those are the 3 issues: the economic, the education, and being a civic-minded to be engaged as American citizens. There is no greater honor. I really feel every time I vote, it's like the first time for me, like I never voted before.
Yeah.
It really, that's how I take it.
Breaking news out now: North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming are for Trump. Woo!
Awesome.
Yes,
All right.
Those are
Keep
no
this train
surprises
going.
there.
Also add to that, according to Fox News, the Fox News desk, right now, Harris has 113 electoral votes and Trump has 178.
All right. So still a lot of night to go.
Yeah.
A lot of night to go, guys. But we, continue the prayers, keep praying, and we're going to keep you guys updated with what's going on.
Just get me 100 more electoral votes. I know some big fanny is going to try to prosecute me for saying that, but that's okay. That's all we need. Just 100 more electoral votes will be good.
More.
Yeah.
Let me throw some excitement into the discussion. Shelley, earlier you mentioned Larry Hogan and how he was doing here in Maryland. I actually cast a vote for the Libertarian candidate in that race. I would have actually wrote in Peanut the squirrel's name, but he hadn't been a victim of the government just yet, because I early voted. But with regard to Larry Hogan, I think the danger in that is a watering down of conservatism in the Republican Party. I saw how this, and I voted for Hogan the first time he ran for governor. But I saw how he acted throughout the events of 2020. Gave me real Gretchen Whitmer vibes a little bit there. And then I think that the only way Trump will be successful is if he has some soldiers behind him. Larry Hogan will not be one of those people. So I was never willing to just settle for an R, okay, and just get a Mitt Romney in the bargain. I think Hogan, for my money, has revealed himself. And as far as also Brooke is concerned, hey, it's Maryland, right? The 3 largest counties are stocked with Black Democrats. She is a Black female running for office. I don't see how he overcomes that, but I just had a lot of misgivings about providing him with the mantle of Republican leader of the state of Maryland.
Well, Tyrone, let me respond to that for a second. I got to tell you, I call him Lockdown Larry. And of course, a lot of people do because of the way that he acted. And I thought before 2018, he did an outstanding job. And the minute he came down with TDS, that's when he went totally off the rails. But I will also say this. Our biggest failure as conservatives was that we only went to take over one party. Now, I'm proud to be a Republican. I love the Republican Party. And unless the Republican Party becomes a woke, far leftist party, then I'll be a Republican until the day I die. However, what I want to do is work through as many people as possible who we can manipulate, who we can influence in order to do what we want them to do in terms of free markets, individual liberty, limited government, and maintaining some semblance of traditional American values. And I think that Larry is going to be a little bit more receptive, or I should say the people around Larry would be a little bit more receptive than the people around also Brooks, because I've had the experience, I think as most of us have, of going to see members of Congress, even when you're not going there trying to, take them to task and say, hey, look, we've got this bill. It's not a partisan issue. And you have that staffer that looks at you with the steely glaze or their, yeah, okay, all right, little constituent, I'm done with you, now get out. It's to try to avoid people like that, empowering people like them. And so that was the reason. If I was voting in Maryland, I would have voted for LDL. However, I certainly sympathize with you, and I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, don't forget, we keep continuing to like, share, and subscribe. If you are not already subscribed, hit that like button. We need to get those likes up. If you guys went out and voted for Trump today, please hit that like button. If you believe Trump is going to bring home the win, hit that like button. If you prayed for Trump today, if you prayed for this election, prayed for morality and your values to win today, hit that like button. All right. And again, we do have merch on our website. Is www.popandpoliticslive.com. And then you hit the shop button. Take a look here. This is a little bit about our merch.
We're taking a break.
What's up, guys? We are the ladies of Pop and Politics, and guess what? We have merchandise. We got merch. Check it out. We have a website, www.popandpoliticslive, where you guys can pick up the latest merchandise that we have here. Here's something. I use this every morning for my cup of tea. It's a Pop and Politics mug. Yeah, I drink every morning tea. Yeah. And I love it, so definitely check it out. We've got some cute shirts on there. Shelly, you have a shirt there that you love, right? Yes, cute shirt. And so definitely check it out. Again, www.popandpoliticslive.com. Appreciate the support. All right, go there now. Yeah, there you go.
I made a fantastic trade deal with China, $50 billion. They had to buy $50 billion a year from us. President Xi is a very amazing man. Controls a country with an iron fist. He's very smart. I got along with him very good until COVID came along, but I'll get along with him good again. And here's another one. And this is with Queen Elizabeth. Right here, who was fantastic, by the way. These images, who has images like this? And these were relationships, too. Look, here's now the king. Here's Charles with the guard. And this is the Queen, Queen Elizabeth. It's a piece of history at the highest level. Look, it's Charles. So beautiful. And they'll see the most beautiful places in the world. There are no places like this. And hopefully he's going to be well, because he's a really good person. Camilla is fantastic. You get to know him so well. This is your favorite president with the Queen. She was unbelievable. She was great. We had a very good relationship, really good. This is NATO right here. This is at the United Nations. These are just great pictures. Interesting. Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Very high quality photos. Wonderful guy. So interesting. Even talking to you now and showing you, like, this was going to last for 2 seconds. And you start turning the pictures, and even me, I mean, I'm looking at these pictures. So beautiful. Look, this is with the First Lady in front of the White House. Really something. Look, standing in front of the church, very famous photo. Christians love this photo. It wasn't put out of love, but Christians love the photo. It's such history. It's not about me, but as you go through the book, it's like you can't put it down. Look, this is unbelievable. You know what that is, right? South Dakota. Beautiful state. And the cover is actually, we decided to do that. That's the cover.
Look, there he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down, you see him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump!
Instead, I'm here with you fighting like hell to get it.
What's happening?
And to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it.
Yeah, look.
And it's
There he
not
is.
easy, because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people.
On top of the roof, standing there.
We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
On the roof.
It's much tougher than it happens.
Right on the roof.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart.
They're clearing the building right now. We've got one down on the roof.
They're looting him right now. Get in the tent.
Has Virginia been called?
What's up, guys? We are the ladies of pop and politics, and guess what?
we have merchandise.
We got merch. We got merch.
Check it out.
Check it out.
We have a website, www.popandpoliticslive, where you guys can pick up the latest merchandise that we have here. Here's something, I use this every morning for my cup of tea. It's a Pop and Politics mug. Yeah, I drink every morning tea. Yes. And I love it. So definitely check it out. We've got some cute shirts on there. Shelly, you have a shirt there that you love, right? Yes, a cute shirt. And so definitely check it out. Again, www.popandpoliticslive.com. Appreciate the support. All right.
Go there now.
Yes.
There you go.
All right. We are back here, guys. Thank you so much for watching with us. And we are here with Michelle Talkington has joined us from Charles County, Maryland. How are you, Michelle?
Oh man, I am well. I'm tired. I've been running this race nonstop, so you can imagine.
Yes. Now, yes. And can you tell people the race that you're running here in Maryland? How's it going tonight?
Yes, so I am the congressional candidate for Maryland's District 5. That covers 5 counties, all of Southern Maryland, essentially, against Steny Hoyer, one of the longest seated congressmen in U.S. history at this point. He's been there since 1981. Took that seat when Reagan became president. So we've done a lot of groundwork. I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of people, and we're excited. And I think the communities are excited for this, for me in particular, as a new candidate, a different type of candidate. So, and I say different because I am the first woman to run against him in that 43 years. The last time he ran was the special election, and he took a seat.
Wow. Okay. Wow. And go ahead, Yana.
Well, I just thank you so much for being on our show. And I just want to ask you, in terms of women voters, so what is it that I guess would have a woman vote for you? What are some issues that you think are important for women?
I think here, you're seeing it across the U.S., it's really our day-to-day lives. I know the media wants to make it about something else, but the reality is, if you have children, you have to take care of them. You have to feed them. I know we were discussing that earlier, right? I do the grocery shopping. So I'm in there saying, look, we've got to get the economy together, and it's not working the way it is. And you can't keep lying to us and telling us we're spending less. So I think really we want to make sure our communities are safe, because I don't feel safe when I go out anymore. In fact, yesterday I was putting up signs at polling locations, and I was going to separate from my husband. He's like, oh, no. You don't get to go out at night anymore and do things by yourself the way you used to, right? It's just not safe. So we want to be safe. We want good education for our kids. We want to be able to afford a normal lifestyle. I'm not talking about excessive. I'm talking about food and clothing and the basics. Pay our bills.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have breaking news. Ohio has been called for Trump. Trump has won the state of Ohio.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
195
That's great.
right now. Excellent. 195 for Trump, 113 for Harris.
195 for Trump. What was it? 113 for Harris. So still got a long night to go, folks. But of course, the mainstream media is losing it over some of these results. I believe we have a clip of CNN talking about what's going on in Georgia. Do we have that available?
Oh, no, I can't. It's in my purse, but it's over there. No, they will see you. They will see.
We can't hear that. Can you guys hear that?
Oh, you can't hear it?
I can't hear it.
No, but we can practically make it up because the narrative's been so big.
Okay, sorry about that. We'll try to play it.
Now we can still hear the video.
While you guys are getting that together, James Carville has just made a comment on the chances of that Harris has, quote, not sterling.
Ooh, okay. And tell people who James Carville is. He's a
Oh.
long
Raging
time.
Cajun. James Carville is the man responsible for crafting Bill Clinton's strategy. And he also came up with the phrase, "It's the economy, stupid." So he knows the risk here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm really anxious to see what's going on in Georgia. Hopefully that'll be called tonight. I just don't understand the difference in these states. You know, you have a state like Florida who counts the ballots and they get everything out and called same night, and then others take much longer, and the polls close about the same time.
No, they all don't close at the same time. Remember,
No, but Florida and Georgia.
No, Florida has a panhandle as well, so they're in a different time zone. So most of Florida is under one time zone. The panhandle may be different, but Georgia and Florida, some of their laws may be different too, as far as how they count too, with different states. Different states have different laws for how they count their votes. When they count, like the mail-in, the early things like that, they do have different different rules.
Yeah, but with Florida, they're known for being efficient with counting them. And as far as the polls closing, are they on the same time zone?
The panhandle of Florida is on a different time zone than the rest of Florida. The panhandle, I think, is on Central Time.
So they close earlier?
They might close later.
So again, Florida's results have already come in.
Yeah, but that's still not all of Florida.
No, but they already called
They've
Florida.
called it, yeah.
So what you saying?
Yeah, so I'm
But they can call a state and not have 100% of the votes in.
Right, and again, they were able to call it because I guess a good proportion of those votes are in, but we're still waiting for Georgia. Sometimes Georgia doesn't come in until late at night. I mean, it's just weird to me.
Well, and if those western counties in Florida are reliably red, then, the chances of them flipping blue are very, very slim.
I see. Okay.
So you
I start looking at the shenanigans. the different states have different legislators, and we're seeing what I'm loving about Florida is we're seeing the example of what effective leadership is, as far as talent counts, that it can be done the right way, and simple is the way to go. And then we have other states that each county has some kind of issue, has some kind of problem, doesn't have oversight, has the wrong oversight. I think this should be an issue we really need to hit home with.
Just now, Ted Cruz won in Texas, his Senate race.
All right.
Yeah,
on that one.
So that was actually a really, believe it or not, he's had a real tough time in that Senate race. It was kind of neck and neck for a while there, but it looks like he pulled it through.
So what about the Maryland? Do we know any of the congressional?
I don't see it's in yet for Maryland. Let's see here. So we know the state went to Harris, but I don't see the congressional races have been called yet.
Maryland right now, 48.9% of the vote is in. Also, Brooks is like 55.4. Hogan is whatever that. It just changed on me. But as far as the overall Senate count, Democrats are 37 and the Republicans are at 47. Republicans need 51 senators to take over the lead. So we're at 47 right now.
All right, and just in, this is not official yet, but Trump is projected to win North Carolina. Okay. We're still waiting for the official call, but it looks like he may take North Carolina.
Tyrone, what site was that you were mentioning about James Carville?
That was the New York Post.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, he's projected to win. So, leading report is reporting that Trump is projected to win North Carolina.
Okay.
And as we mentioned a few minutes ago, Texas Senator Ted Cruz is projected to win a third term. Also out, Trump is projected to win Louisiana. And Kamala Harris is projected to win New York.
Okay. Well, Michelle, you've mentioned education and you've mentioned parents. So what are your suggestions, I guess, for parents when they are looking in Maryland for better schools or for better education? How can they influence schools that their children go to, that education is better in our state?
You know, first I'm going to say that I partnered with several school board candidates in 5 counties. I'm covering 5 counties, and I met with all of the conservative school board candidates. Those are some of the biggest races I have ever seen. Tens of thousands of dollars poured in because the parents know, and the teachers unions and the teachers, everybody knows right now that we're fighting for control of our own children and for the future and for education. Maryland, if you saw our test scores, we are failing our children abysmally. And so parents are struggling. And really, I'm a homeschooler. I have homeschooled for over 13 years. I've operated a homeschooling center. It's been in operation 11 years. So what I tell parents is be involved, show up at the school board meetings. Grandparents need to get involved, stay on them. We let this happen because we backed off. We let a system, we let education, we let schools and teachers take over our children's lives for a long period, for 8 hours a day, and we didn't say something. And now, well, when the veil was, pulled back, we now know we have to say something. So we can't let up, even if we win school board races. That's the time where we fight to make the difference, and we push back even harder. So I say, know your options. Homeschooling is an option. Private school might be an option. Look at charter schools, but don't give up and don't get complacent. Do not get complacent.
Right. Also, breaking news, leading report again is showing the New York Times needle currently shows Trump as the favorite to win the election. So you don't know, take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, be careful because I remember 2016, that needle was all the way over here in favor of Hillary. And as the night progressed, it did that.
And not only that, you don't trust them anymore. They might be moving those needles just to get people say, okay, well, I don't have to go. I don't.
Well, you could have a point because the polls in the western states, are they still open? Yeah, they're still open.
They're still open.
So it could be a get out the vote effort, of sorts.
So just for a time check, right now it's about 9:30 on the East Coast, which means going west, it's an hour difference, Central Time, Mountain Time, Pacific Time. So it's about 6:30 p.m. on the West Coast. Right. So their polls are still open, many of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as we mentioned, I want to just repeat that for anyone just coming on. News reports are showing North Carolina is projected, Trump is the projected winner. Louisiana, Trump is the projected winner. New York, Kamala Harris is the projected winner. Texas, Trump is the projected winner. And as we mentioned, Ted Cruz won his senatorial race in Texas. So as you can see, I'm sure liberal media is going crazy. We tried to show this earlier. Take a look at this clip of them talking about the results coming out of Georgia.
Independent voters. They make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing. And I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing so much better with independents than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden kind of ran away with independents 4 years ago, and of course he won the state.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why. What the reason is that there would be this dramatic flip. of double digits in independents. And I am something you don't often hear in election coverage. It's something of a loss as to
Of course you
how
are.
you explain that independents
Right.
would have gone so much more for Trump this time than they did for
Because
Biden
you
last time.
oversampled your own people.
Look,
No,
these
it's because we
these
lived through 4 years of Biden.
This
Yeah, but they
is
oversampled only Democrats. They oversampled Democrats, and they didn't go to where the real people lived. They don't want to do,
Right.
Harris's campaign. She only went to places where, she was liked or, heavily favored. Well, you oversampled your own people.
this is the epitome of elitism on display.
Exactly.
He is genuinely confused as to why this is happening, which tells me he doesn't shop for his own groceries. His house is probably paid off or such that the mortgage just comes out and he doesn't even worry about it. All of those people on that stage are millionaires.
Exactly, Tyrone.
And they don't have the intellectual maturity to be able to say, hey, wait a minute, we represent the 1%. What about the 99? What are they actually experiencing?
Exactly. Yeah. They don't have that. And look, Tyrone, again, you mentioned James Carville, and he was the one that came up with the quote, "It's the economy, stupid." But apparently, they didn't teach that to Kamala Harris.
Look,
Their own
I said it
strategists.
earlier. 0.5% of women in America had abortions last year. 0.5%.
Right.
100% of women in America bought groceries last year.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think they underestimate that unaffiliated too, that independent. Because they're not owned. They're used to saying who they believe in their party. Well, we could tell you what Democrats and we could tell you what Republicans are doing. They can only guess what independents are doing, and I can tell you right now, they're really shopping and paying bills. So they're not beholden to anyone. They're going to vote with their pockets, vote with their reality, not with the party.
It's the economy.
Yeah, breaking news now. So Speaker Mike Johnson projected to win the U.S. House election in Louisiana's 4th congressional district. Also, Rep. Matt Gaetz to be reelected representing Florida's second district. So those two races have been called by leading reports.
Down ballot, that's right.
Let's also this can't be said enough. Just a few weeks ago, we saw how the Democrat administration feels about Americans when they had them apply to maybe get $750 when their entire lives were upended due to Hurricane Helene. And a few days before that, and they were then told, America was then told, we don't have enough money for another hurricane. But a few days before that, Volodymyr Zelensky left here after shaking hands with Kamala Harris with billions of dollars.
Billions.
Yeah. Also, just announced here in Maryland, voters have passed the statewide question 1. So that was the abortion question.
It'll be a part of our Constitution.
Here, yes, it will be a part of our.
Now
abortion has been codified in the Maryland Constitution.
As a right, I believe.
Yes, it's going to be a constitutional right. Yes. So Joe Biden said we were garbage, but Michelle, to your point, and Tyrone, you said 100% of women, bought groceries last year. Well, some of those groceries were non-perishable or perishable or non-perishable, whatever. Grocery bags went up too. Grocery bags went up, garbage bags went up. Hefty, you might have to go to the Walmart brand, because Hefty is a little bit more expensive than the Equate brand is, but okay, they bought the garbage bags too.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do they charge for the paper bags?
Some places do.
Yeah.
Okay.
They charge for everything.
Because my wife and I went shopping, and we didn't get the bags, right? And she said, I think after we left the checkout, she said, I think we need another bag. So I just grabbed some paper bags, and she got like real nervous, like, the FBI was coming. I'm like, aren't they free? No. And it was too late, so we just made a hasty retreat.
In Baltimore, they charge for all the bags. Yeah. So in Baltimore County, it may be paper bags. It depends on, but it could vary.
Breaking out here in Maryland, they just called Angela. Also, Brooks is expected to defeat Larry Hogan for the Maryland's U.S. Senate seat. So she is the projected winner.
Well,
Not surprising.
yeah,
Not
it's not
surprising.
surprising at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was actually looking for an upset in that race.
Well, he's gonna be upset,
right?
There was upset. The upset was really the base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The base.
So.
We just they just didn't turn out to work, and they felt burnt out. That's what we saw on the ground.
Yeah. So I want to add in here, guys, we have Dave Anderson, also AKA the business bully.
Hi, Dave.
Here
Hey.
from Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. How are you doing tonight, Dave?
Oh man, absolutely awesome. I don't have any interesting experiences other than to tell you it's crazy out here.
Yeah. Well, you're in Pennsylvania. That's the state everybody's waiting to hear from.
Yes.
What have you been hearing as we've been coming up on the election these last couple of days? What do you think? Do you have any temperature check there as far as what you think the election is going to go?
Man, it's so weird. It depends on what part of Philly you're in, right? If you're in more rural areas, you're going to see a whole lot of America, right? The red hats are absolutely everywhere. When you go deeper into the inner city, you hear a lot of people talking about, oh my God, my rights, and I'm doing it for my daughter, and oh my Lord, So it all depends. I mean, it's six in one hand, half a dozen in the other. What I do think is interesting is the electorate has really, really turned out in such a way. Like, so up in the suburbs, you start to see long lines early in the morning and then throughout the day. And then at Temple University, which is North Philadelphia, where you guys went to the Trump rally, you'll see the lines are so long, like they're actually FaceTiming in bought and paid for celebrities so that they can tell people, stay in the line, vote for the cackler. So it's really interesting. It could go either way, and I tell people Pennsylvania is one of those states where it's Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and everything else is Kentucky.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing some good results for Trump as far as men. He is gaining a larger share of male, particularly the black male vote. What do you guys think of that? What do you think of that, Dave?
I think it's a situation where you're not going to be able, and I say this respectfully to the women on the dais, you're not going to be able to pull the same old banana in a tailpipe thing you've been running for 60 years and expect us to fall for it. I think what we're looking for are tangible policies. We don't care that he's a chauvinist. We don't care that he was a reality star. We don't care that you flipped some misdemeanors and turned them into felonies. What we care about is when it was easier for us to provide for our kids from 2017 to 2021 versus what it is right now. What we care about is making sure that we're not exploited. And if you're going to do something for us, don't make it about jail and weed. And so at some point, you have to understand that we're not going to sit back and let you keep playing with us in our face and then show up every 4 years and do the nay-nay with no neck Roland Martin.
Right. Yeah.
And
this, according to Twitter, this is on X or Twitter, Newsmax. I don't know. Did you say this already? About they are projecting Donald Trump to win North Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes.
Hey, I don't know any men that would. I know men who might have been leaning Kamala, but when Barack Obama comes out and castigates you and tells you he's going to get Michelle on you, or everybody's talking about, oh, you're a misogynist because you're actually daring to vote based on substance. I know a lot of people that are defiant and say, well, the hell with it then. I'll just go ahead and do the opposite of what of what you're telling me I can't do or I should not do. This whole election, they did not talk to you about substance. It was just demonization.
Exactly. Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't get a chance to hear from you. What did you all think about? What did you think about what I call the Black Bitch Summit?
The what?
I call it the Black Bitch Summit. The summit, supposedly the summit that D.L. Hughley had the other day.
No. So what we're not going to do, Shelley, is we're not going to act like the guy who was on the bench for the original Kings of Comedy is in any way, shape, or form in the position to start speaking for black men. Point number one. Point number two, you're not going to take the moral high ground when we know all of the things that you've been doing personally in your personal life for the past 3 decades. Point number three, if you look at all of those soy boy, beta male, simp manginas they had up there, I didn't see an ounce of testosterone on that program. And then point number five, it's BET. BET still owe me $1,000 for a special I did 4 years ago. You know, and again, I want to touch on my brother's point real quick because this is very important. When he made the point about Obama talking about, well, you know, you guys probably just have an issue with women. Did we have an issue with women when we voted for you over Hillary Clinton?
Absolutely.
Or did the misogyny work for you then?
Exactly.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Yeah, I want you guys, again, we mentioned earlier that we called Florida. Florida is for Trump. Trump just won Florida. And take a look at this clip of MSNBC losing it.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida.
already.
And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? It's a
So, Tyrone, I want you to respond to this because we know Florida is like off the map. People are moving there from all over the country.
Right.
I mean, housing prices have gone up exponentially because so many people are moving there. The housing is booming, no taxes. What are your thoughts to her, what she said?
Look, Florida is to the East Coast, well, east of the Mississippi, what Texas is to west of the Mississippi. Okay, people are fleeing, not just people, corporations are fleeing bad policy. Look at what SpaceX and Elon's companies are doing, migrating out of California. Look, we did a report on Soldiers of Finance talking about how property taxes in a part of Maine, South Portland, Maine, have gone up so much that residents are like, I am now paying more in taxes than I ever paid for the mortgage. Okay, it's going to be unaffordable for people to live there. The mayor of that city actually came out and said, you need to take out a reverse mortgage in order to get the money for the taxes. And they're doing this because they've pumped money into so many illegal immigrant programs. Okay, so it's filtering down to the local level. And people have no choice but to say, hey, I got to go where my money is treated best. So that's why you see growth in these red states, because it just makes economic sense if you can escape.
Yeah. And I want to get you in on this, Dave, because you are a business coach.
Yeah.
So you coach entrepreneurs. What are you seeing in regards to this? You know, heard what she said. People are Florida's a fascist state, and so on and so forth.
Okay, so KJ, since we're doing this, I'm supposed to listen to the ladies who for the past 2 years has been cosplaying as Donald Trump with a Donald Trump wig on, talking about things that don't make any sense. Have you seen her husband? Like at a certain level, you got to start examining the source. Now, when it comes to actual business, here's the thing. You have a governor in California who said that he was going to eradicate homelessness, and homelessness damn near doubled on his watch. Right? You've got camps that look like something out of the chorus line for Rent, the musical, sitting under bridges and underpasses. And isn't that the same state where our current vice president is from?
Right.
Isn't that the same state where what's my auntie's name? Maxie, what is she? I'm reclaiming my time. Well, can these people reclaim their homes? But no, we got open borders, we've got things falling out of place, and then you want to overtax the people who were born here, who have been working here, who are signing the front of the checks in order to create more tax-paying jobs, and then wonder why they're going to Florida and Texas. Let me tell you something about Florida. In 2020, my wife and I, we have a Club Med membership. We went to Club Med, Sandpiper Bay, and they had all types of precautions, but nobody wore a mask. They made sure you had your temperatures, you had plenty of hand sanitizers. We had a bit of social distancing, but it was open and it was thriving, and we felt free for the first time in like 8 months. Like, business has to be done, and we start to notice that everything everybody was calling conservatives about, 4 years ago, all of a sudden became factual. Like all of those extra precautions, a cloth mask is going to protect you when you got to take in, huge mask in order to deal with paint fumes. But the virus, it's going to stop. And then when you sit down at a restaurant, my personal favorite is, you got to take your mask off to eat because the virus is so polite. It's going to say, you know what, fair is fair. You got to eat first.
Exactly.
Hey, KJ, I'm going to jump in there. I was in a fight or flight for my business because we have I can't tell you how many times my husband and I have sat down and said, are we going to be able to stay in the state of Maryland and how long? The youngest kid is 6 years old, right? We have 6 children. My youngest is 6, but they keep taxing us out of everything. And so for product, for our shipping costs, for our building supplies and everything we do in construction and residential remodeling, we have to go where the money is and we have to go where people make money. So that's the other part about businesses moving. We have to go where there's a successful economy so people can afford what I do as a service. And for that clip we just watched, I'm going to hit on education. She's really going to have to expand her vocabulary because extremism extremism of the fascists. It's getting old. It's played out. She needs to re-educate. She needs to open up, a thesaurus maybe.
Right.
We can send that one to her and the whole crew up there so that they can find something else to complain about, find some other descriptive terms for people that just want to be American citizens, that have a constitution in place, that can work for themselves, that can afford to live, be successful, be left in peace.
All right. We do have some additional people to bring on here. Michelle, if you have time before the end of the night, we want to bring you back. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. So let me bring on Nicolee Ambrose. She is there with Congressman Andy Harris, I believe. Let me see here.
All right. You guys ready?
And
hey, Nicolee.
Hey everyone, I am here, Nicolee Ambrose, live from the BWI Weston, and I am here with the Freedom Caucus Chairman, Congressman Andy Harris, who just
we
won.
can barely hear you, Nicolee. Can you all hear her?
Congratulations, Congressman.
Yes, congratulations. We can barely hear you, Nicolee.
All right, let's see. Is this any better, folks?
Yeah, a little bit better, yes.
All right, we're going to hold the
the mic is not working.
Our Freedom Caucus Chairman, Andy Harris, just won re-election. Congressman, how does it feel and what's the prospect for the rest of the country tonight?
I believe we're definitely going to take the Senate. And
so we have technical difficulties here.
I hope everybody's out there.
All right.
We have to come back to Nicolee. We're having technical difficulties.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
thank you so much.
Okay. So we will come back to Nicolee. I do have breaking leading report is stating Philadelphia City Commissioner says that depending on results, ballot counting could last until tomorrow.
I'm
Dave,
surprised.
you're Philly.
That's right.
Yeah. Bureaucracy.
Yeah.
They want to make sure things are counted. The one thing that I did was I early voted. I made sure I dropped my thing in the green box, and I made sure I got an update from the state saying that they got my vote and it counted. Like we cannot play, and I think that that's one of the main things that I agree with both candidates on. Like, make sure that it's too big to rig. Make sure you get your votes in. And people act like election tampering is something new in America. Like, no. Let's not act like people don't remember dangling chads from 20 some odd years ago. So yeah, I'm not surprised. They're going to do everything they possibly can to drag this out, and they're going to count every vote 16 times before they're ready to concede Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
absolutely. Hey, I have some breaking news here. Squeegee kids rejoice. Brandon Scott has been reelected.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
that's not a
Not
surprise.
squeegee kids rejoice.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there. Well, I know you don't have much time, Dave, but thank you so much for coming on. Where can people find you? Where can people reach out?
You can follow me on all social media, especially Instagram at The Business Bully. And then, I just dropped a brand new book with Master P. It's called Mastering Wealth, Volume 1 Power. You can get it at the link in my bio on Instagram at The Business Bully. But yeah, man, it's going to be a real interesting night. I hope you guys bought some coffee.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
We have
Dave.
food
and
wine. Yes.
Yeah, we're pretty good with the food and stuff. All right, I have in the background Brenda Cham. So I want to bring Brenda
Come on down, Brenda.
Yes, how
Hello,
are you tonight?
good? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I stepped away over to a corner here. I'm at a watch party for Neil
Okay.
Perry, who's running for Congress, CD6.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
good. Out there in the Hagerstown, Western Maryland area.
Yes, yes, yes. We're watching results come in slowly but surely. Not all of our precincts have reported yet, but he's holding his on and looking good so far. We just need to. We're worrying about Frederick and Montgomery County, which is all part of District 6. That's where Republicans typically. That's where we kind of lose the battle with the congressional seat. But we're going to keep hope and keep going.
Right. Yeah. So what have you, we've been watching the returns come in. So what have you been seeing as the returns come in? Has been your reaction? Looks like Trump has won. Well, he did not look. He did win. North Carolina called for him, which is a great, a big deal. And looks like Ted Cruz actually kept his seat, which it was a battle going on for that.
I mean, we're all over here, between the our Board of Education seats that has, so far, we are about 100% sure that we have totally flipped the Board of Ed to all Republican.
Whoa!
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Now, we have some Republicans that are on the Board of Ed, but they ain't really Republicans
Now,
because
this is in
they don't.
Hagerstown, right, Brenda?
Hagerstown, yes. They don't really support those conservative Republican principles. And we're hopeful that the 4 people who we've been pushing and going out and beating the pavement and door knocking, these 4 people are all the top 4. We had 4 seats open. They are all the highest vote getters for those 4 seats. So we're hopeful that we have flipped our Board of Education to all Republican.
Well,
That's a victory. That's a real
Yes,
victory.
yes.
Yeah, that's amazing.
We're excited about that.
Yes, indeed. I do want to acknowledge our super chatters tonight. Let me just do that. I have here Krista with the $5 super chat. Says, Shelly, I hope you brought the honey jar, sister.
I'm saving the honey for tomorrow, it's Krista.
All right. Kung Fu CJ with the $2 super chat says, Tyrone out here stealing. Okay. Kung Fu CJ, another $2 super chat says, Anderson is on it. All right. Yes. And Rhonda, hey Rhonda with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. And she is a freedom seeker. She says here, let's have liberal tears.
That's right.
Yes.
I want to dance.
Yes, we do. We certainly do. All right. Well, thank you so much. What
Kung Fu. Technical failure is the devil.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we had technical. We're going to try to get Nicolee back on in a little bit here. But thank you so much for joining tonight, Brenda.
Sure, no problem, guys. Let's go.
Brenda.
Trump 2024. Let's get to that 270.
Yes,
Thanks, guys.
fight.
That's right.
All right.
Fight.
Well, have a
God
good
bless
night.
you. Thank
And also, justice for Peanut and Fred.
Oh,
What
gosh.
is that? I don't know what it is.
A squirrel, and what was the other one?
A raccoon.
A raccoon, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
actually, that's a very serious issue because apparently the police couldn't find any drug dealers or, illegal alien murderers to round up. They went after this guy because he was keeping his pet squirrel. The real issue was he didn't pay for the permit that would have allowed him state permission to keep the animal.
And they had
So
to do all of that. They had to go and euthanize.
So they had to kill
Mhm.
a squirrel, a pet squirrel, and a pet raccoon because of some bureaucracy. And these.
Pets? These are
Yes.
pets?
Well, this was a rescue. He had other animals
about 30
too
animals.
on his property. And a lot of times what happens, there are other YouTubers actually, because I love animals, and I follow I see a bunch of YouTubers with animals that maybe something happened. It was a baby squirrel, and they saved the baby, and then they raised it, and it becomes a pet. It can't really, the same with a raccoon, it can't really live, it kind of rely outside. It
Right.
relies on the person at this point.
Right.
So, and because they didn't pay for some permit,
That's-
the government came and I heard that the person had to stay outside of his house for hours
because they raided his
while
house.
they were
Yes.
searching.
Goodness.
Yes.
Him and his wife. They also were checking his wife's immigration status for some reason.
Right.
And finally, they took those animals. They didn't cause any problems to anyone, and they euthanized them.
Yeah.
And that just shows this ridiculous government overreach.
Absolutely.
And this is in New York.
You know, I got to plug myself. I've been saying that for years. I even get criticized on my own side. We have too many laws, too much power. It's not just about, quote unquote, following the law. They couldn't round up the damn squirrels that run across the street and go through your trash.
How about rats? Right. How
They
about
don't
we
deal with
have
that.
New York City has a rat infestation. All major cities do, and they're going for an innocent citizen with pets.
And the other thing that this kind of brings up is law enforcement has to understand they got to stop following just blind orders.
But didn't we learn that in the Nazi era, the Nuremberg
We
trials?
should have, right? But why didn't anyone stand up and say, hey, hold on, guys. Think about what we're proposing here. It's a squirrel. The guy had 35 acres, so it's not like he was living in an apartment building. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a squirrel.
I have to cut in. We do have Lee. She's available now with Congressman Andy Harris. Lee, there? Are you there?
Okay, here we go.
Oh, this is. What was it?
Nevada for Trump.
Nevada for Trump.
Nevada for Trump.
Oh, yeah, 205.
Wow! All right! Keep that Trump train going. And how are you tonight?
Here I am with Senator Johnny Sally.
Hi, Senator Sally.
Hi.
And hi.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hi, Senator.
He represents the east side of Baltimore here in Maryland. He's been busy with the collapse of that bridge and has been working so hard to turn his district from entirely blue in 2014 when he first went to entirely red.
Wow.
Selling is here is his Trump garbage fest.
All right. And garbage never looks so good.
That's right.
All right, Senator Sally, how is Donald J. Trump going to do tonight?
He's going to do awesome with the capital A. We see him just moving forward in Virginia, in the Carolinas, in Georgia. We're going to take Pennsylvania. We're going to fight for Michigan. We see this and we see a landslide in these, and we're going to just move forward. And he's going to be our next president of the United States.
Nice.
Yes. Yes.
Interviews for you guys. We'll be back in a little bit. Go to
All
that.
right.
Thanks, Lee.
Thanks, Lee. All right. And we also have, I believe, Carolyn. Is that Carolyn backstage? Can you bring her forward? In Texas.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see me? Oh my God, I'm fumbling around and I know we have a short amount of time.
What part of Texas, Carolyn, are you calling from?
And I barely can hear. I've got my assistant here working on the sound. I'm actually at an election party. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us now?
Well, maybe if I... Nope, now you can't see me at all.
Oh, we see you better right now. We see you better.
Look how good that lighting is right there.
Yeah.
I'm just going to hold this thing and I'm going to... Can you adjust the sound on here?
Can you hear us?
Oh, I'm already on max.
Can you hear us?
We have to disconnect because it looks like having technical difficulties.
You want to come back to me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll come back.
All right, that was Carolyn. She's a friend of the show. She's in Texas.
I think she's in Houston, right?
I believe so. So we want to get some connection with her. Hey guys, if anyone out there is from in Texas or Arizona, we're looking for someone in Arizona to report from what's happening on the ground. Send us a chat, and so we'll bring you on tonight because we want to get on the ground reporting. We don't want to wait for mainstream media to tell us, some type of lie. We want to get on the ground reporting from patriots like yourselves. So definitely let us know.
Not trying to get ahead of ourselves,
yes.
but that meter it went from, I started watching it at 67%, the New York Times meter. Just being cautiously optimistic, it's now at 73%.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
That's better, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little bit-
73%
yeah, that's
Trump
more accurate.
chances of
Yeah.
victory. Right.
Wow. Okay.
And the Electoral College estimate looks like it's somewhere in the neighborhood of
205.
290, actually.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is the estimate.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think North Carolina was a huge victory for Trump because that was kind of one of the ones that was up in the air.
Yeah.
Still waiting for Georgia and Pennsylvania to kind of really if he wins Georgia or Pennsylvania, I'll be really happy for that. Looks like we have Maj Touré in the backstage there. We can bring him forward.
What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling?
How are you tonight?
Doing good.
I'm wonderful. I wouldn't dare complain. You know, my grandmother used to say, ain't no sense of complaining because it ain't going to fix nothing. So, you know.
Yeah.
That's right about that. So you are in Philly, correct?
Yeah, I'm in Philly.
All right. And so what have you been seeing as we've gotten closer and closer to today? We've talked about a little bit earlier on in the broadcast how we're seeing Trump actually get more of the black vote, well, I should say black male vote than he did previously. What have you seen on that end?
I'm seeing similar. When I went to go vote earlier, I got in there very, very early. But just riding around the city earlier today, I saw a lot of energy associated with it. But it also depends on what part of the town I was in. I've saw the areas that are traditionally so-called liberal in Philly. They were doing their normal thing of like music and food and all that other stuff in front of the thing. But when you asking the rank and file which way they going, if they did decide to vote, a lot of those people, some of my friends, mostly dudes are like, yo, bro, I'm going Trump. It's just what it is. And so if that'll translate into the election booth was a whole different conversation in my head. But now I was just outside not too long ago. It's very eerie outside. It's very like people are trying to see what's happening, almost low key like the Super Bowl, but with no like immediate yells and praise per play. There's almost like this might go crazy outside. There was obviously last night, Oprah and Kamala were here. So there's still a heavy police presence from that concert or whatever that is last night. But I think that a lot of those folks are watching to see what happens, which could be a good thing because more people are involved, but a bad thing because some people are prepping or concerned about civil unrest depending on where they land on the conversation. So it's a bit eerie right now. If there will be any violence in Philly, it'll be if Trump wins. It will not be if Trump if Trump wins. In my opinion, more liberal elements that probably may have been bussed into the city or don't really live in the city in general, those will be the people that are kind of like bug out. Right. But most people in the hood are not going to do that. But that would mean it's mostly liberals doing that type of energy. But right now it's a little early to tell. It's just eerie outside and still a lot of police presence. Right.
Well, Maj, look, I have a question. I know you lean more libertarian, but in general, I'm just going to put that under the conservative umbrella in general, just for this conversation. Even if Trump wins, what do we need to do? What does our side still need to do? What can we not take for granted, and what do we still need to do as pushing forward?
You have to 1,000% get involved on a local level. It's not even a question. Like local and Senate races. Huge shouts to Royce White over there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Even if I had him on the show last week sometime, and he said something I thought was great. He was like, I'm not going to say I can get in there and win everything and restore the Constitution, but I can filibuster like hell, man. I can rumble and slow up some of these things. But those Senate races and the locally, man, like I ran for city council in 2019, and I was amazed at how many people didn't understand the power in my community, didn't understand the power of a city council woman or man's position. And those are the things that I kind of was like, wow, that's interesting. So I 1000% say get involved locally and continue to be involved civically. Like the voting part is one part of the political process. That's one part. But going to those city council meetings, understanding what type of mayor you're creating, because the mayor is going to create the police chief. And the police chief does not have an understanding of the Constitution or your city or even your state constitution. That person is going to be a person that's going to be a heavy hand. Like currently we have a Democratic mayor, Sherelle Parker, who thinks it's a good idea to bring back stop and frisk. And that's stupid. I agree also with some people that have been very critical of Trump, even using the word full immunity. I don't even think the general public knows what qualified immunity means, which I do not think that police officers should have. What it means is if they violate somebody, they can be sued civilly out of their own money, not out of taxpayer dollars. My point in saying that is these are conversations around civics and the law and the Constitution. Those are the areas that we have to have a bigger impact on and consistently do if Trump wins or doesn't win. It's the same conversation we have when someone appears to be a Second Amendment friendly candidate. And if they're in, people stop buying guns, people stop training, people stop fighting to overturn unconstitutional statutes because we got one of our guys in there. And no, there's over 20,000 unconstitutional gun statutes on the books, and they need to go. Right. And so regardless of who's in, they need to go. So if you get an advance on your position, that's great. Keep advancing. We got to be on offense, and that happens on the local, on the civic understanding, on the local, on the state, and on the federal level. And that's not just because our guy won. And we also have to make sure that we're holding Trump accountable to the things that he says he wants. Again, I'm a libertarian. He came to the Libertarian National Convention and he got a lot of libertarians going, okay, I'll give you my vote for that move and the things that he said, freeing Ross, getting rid of the Department of Education, even to the point of saying most people don't recognize that is a libertarian concept, which is auditing and ending the Fed or ending the IRS or income tax.
But the way the left has been painting it, they say it's fascist. And it's crazy that they say this.
It makes no sense.
If Donald Trump said, I have the cure for cancer. Yes. Mind you, by the way, Joe Biden said when he was running in 2019 that he was going to cure cancer if he got in. He said that. Oh my. So if Donald Trump actually had the cure for cancer, extreme leftist media, legacy media would say it's a white right-wing talking point. You should be okay with cancer. That's what they would do.
A vast right-wing conspiracy.
Right. So I just think that it's important.
Cancer.
It's important to recognize that in our communities, the Department of Education, as Black communities have said, and I say Black just because I happen to live in a Black community, that's right. These policies have not been good for my community in the educational component. They've blocked school choice. Like these things are not good. So. Just being exposed to those things from a libertarian perspective, I don't really care who mouthpieces the actual agenda. If it's a liberty agenda that's going to limit government, I'm on board with it. And if I come up with the idea, but main man says it and he gets it approved or things of that nature, I'm not mad at that. That's what happens when you have a more populist. What Trump is a populist. And so when you have a populace like that you can influence, and then that person then in turn influences the general public, you got an Overton window shifting in the direction of limited government. And we got to keep that, our foot on that gas pedal to make that keep going in that direction. I don't care who limits or removes more government. Right. If you have a conservative background, you understand that means very limited government. Exactly. Very limited government. And if somebody's going to say, hey, I'm going to be the America's version of Javier Milei in Argentina, and they're going to slash government by 50% in their first year in. Yeah, it sounds like a person that I want to get behind.
Absolutely.
Makes sense.
Absolutely. Well, Marge, tell us, I know you have, tell us a little bit about where people can find more of you or your projects,
Yeah. Everybody can go over to givesendgo.com/solutionary and just watch the video. Guys, we have a community center in Philadelphia, the birthplace of America. We do actual work because I know there's a lot of people, the My Sons of the world, act like they're activists and they don't really do anything in the community. We have an actual community center. We travel all around the country giving these conflict resolution, de-escalation, stop the bleed, firearm safety, civics, Second Amendment classes. These are free to all, and these happen because of your voluntary donation. So we need every single body that can give, support the work, man. They can follow me on X, Maj Toure, MAJTOURE 999, Maj Toure 999. You can go to our website, solutionaryuniversity.org, sign up for classes, and you can donate. You can donate to givesendgo.com/solutionary. And if you have any questions about the Second Amendment, about civics, we have classes, but even if you're just going through something, we have to bring back that communal energy back. If you're going through something, just email me. It's my name, majtoure@gmail.com. If you're going through something, you want to talk about it, shoot me an email. I promise you I'm like the most accessible and approachable person. Yes, I have a gun on me, but I promise you I'm super, super nice to everybody. So shoot me an email if you got any questions.
Super chat here, a question for you from Kung Fu CJ for the $2 super chat. Says, Maj, have you spoken with Phil Harris?
No, I have not. Well, that's a very common name. I'm assuming what Phil Harris are you talking about? Because it might be somebody.
We'll find out. We'll let you know, Maj. But we're coming up there to the Solutionary Center. I'm going to say at least next year, 2025. We're coming up there, so we got some learning and training to do.
Absolutely. I'll talk to y'all in a bit.
Yes,
thanks, Maj.
Thank you.
And I know, Tyrone, you have to drop off for the night. Is that right?
Yeah, I do. But
I know you don't want to go.
You could.
Well, I'll stick around for a little while longer.
Oh, okay. I do have to acknowledge our super chats here. We have additional super chats. All right, so let's see here. We have Starburst with a $5 super chat. Says, love your show. Thank you for all your hard work, keeping us informed. Trump 2024. Yes. Oh, speaking of keeping you guys informed.
Life Goals says, love you guys. Thank you.
Right. Yes. Speaking of keeping you guys informed, we have breaking. Trump is the projected winner of Iowa. Okay. He has won Iowa and Utah and Nevada.
Wait a minute. Didn't they just say Iowa was up like 10 points or something?
Right. I remember that. Right.
That was just like 24, 48 hours.
Yeah. She was taking out it, running away with
10
it.
points. This particular, I forget the pollster. You probably pull it up, Tyrone. This particular pollster who has a lot of credibility, whatever. She predicted. She polled Iowa within the last 48 hours, and Harris was up 10 points.
Wow.
Yeah, and they did make a great big deal about the accuracy of that.
Yes.
Most accurate poll. I can't find it right now, but yeah. So much for that.
All right. And we do have, let me see here. I believe we have another person to bring in.
Carolyn's ready.
Who's the next person we have that's available for interview?
Carolyn's right there. She's back.
All right. Carolyn, is the connection?
Hello, Patriots. How are you this evening?
Hello.
I'm in a better situation. Sound good?
Yes. Can you hear us? Can you hear us all right?
Yeah,
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it was a little glitch in the system. We good now?
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Carolyn. I know you've been working the polls today. What have you?
I'm exhausted.
I'm sure. What have you been hearing? I know Trump won Texas and Senator Ted Cruz won, which is fantastic. So what's your reaction to all of that?
Well, we were expecting Trump to win and Cruz to win, thank goodness. For me, I am waiting to see how the rest of the races pan out. I'm actually at an election party. As far as I know, Texas ran pretty smoothly. You know, we had a few early glitches like some other states did where the votes were being flipped, but nothing to report from the two stations that I worked today.
Wait, Carolyn, where exactly are you in Texas?
I'm in Houston.
Okay, you're in Houston. Okay.
All right. Now, you being in Texas is much closer to the border than, of course, we are here in Maryland. Has that been a major issue for Texans?
Well, of course, it was number one for Texas, and I'm sure that's probably why Trump won very quickly, because of the understanding that he is going to immediately close the border, and then we'll figure the rest out. Because I mean, I'm sure everybody knows why the border actually was open, and Texas did not do the same thing that they did in Florida.
Right. Hey, Carolyn, I got a different question. So I know Texas has gotten a lot of migration from California and some other western states, particularly California, in the last 2 years or so, right? So you're growing there economically, you know, business-wise, but then how come Texas seemed to be at play? How, you know, all of these, I know lefties are coming in, they're kind of making it blue, so to speak, but why do you think they're leaving California, they destroyed it, but then they want to come there and they still can't figure out who they want to vote for? What do you think about that?
Well, I think there are a number of factors. Number one, the attraction to Texas is that we have no state taxes. So you get more bang for your buck. I am a native Californian, born and raised. So the other issue that I noticed was that people were selling their homes in California, and the cracker box that you got in California that you could sell for, you know, several $100,000, maybe $1 million, you could buy 3 times that amount in a home here in Texas. That was one of the attractions. Now, as far as the politics go, of course, Austin we call it Little California already. But the rest of the way, I can say right at this point, it's a pipe dream. We're going to keep Texas, no matter who moves here. And, you know, Texas has its own reputation. Don't mess with Texas. And it meant something. But after living here for 20 plus years, I can tell you that the people who live here, it's almost like Yellowstone, you know, the story, where they have a way of life and they really will fight you to preserve it.
Right. I have one more question. You mentioned that I know Texas doesn't have state taxes. Is your state legislature, is it still every other year that they're only in session, or is it biannually?
You got me on that one. I want to say every other year.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I didn't know if it had changed.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on here tonight with us, Carolyn. We got to bring you back on for another show, one where we're not, you know, people going in and out all night. Hopefully we have a victory. Hopefully we have something to celebrate after tonight, and hopefully Trump gets into the White House.
Well, I look forward to it. We have lawsuits flying. And in fact, there's one being filed in addition to the one that Ken Paxton just filed. So when I come back to you, perhaps I can give you an update on all of the post-election drama that's happening right here in Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're looking here, exit polls, they just announced on X, according to exit polls, Black and Latino men have swung very much so for Trump.
So I can tell you a quick story?
Yeah, please.
This was the highlight of me working the polls. So, you know, you're not supposed to walk in with any kind of political garb on, movement or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is my first time working. So I'm like, so a guy walks in, black guy, good looking black guy, tall. He had on a dark MAGA hat.
Oh!
And I'm standing there, he walked in. I didn't notice it at first. He walked in, he walked by the judge's station and many other people. Nobody said a word. And so when he got to me and I'm casting his ballot for him, I said, you know, you're not supposed to be in with this hat. He's like, I had to represent. You know, I couldn't vote for that Indian woman.
Oh!
So I thought you guys would like that story.
Yes, I love it.
My husband.
So black men, I can tell you, black men, no, it's about half and half, but with black men and Latino men choosing to go with Trump over Kamala.
Yeah.
Wow. My husband walked in with the "I'm voting for the convicted felon" hat, and no one said anything. They didn't want to.
Now Newsmax's electoral count has increased, but Fox's has not yet. But Newsmax is saying that Trump has 226 electoral votes to Harris's 108.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Wait.
Thank you again, Carolyn, for coming on tonight so much. Hopefully, keep praying.
Thank
keep
you.
Praying.
All right.
All right.
All right, Tyrone, you got to go.
Well, before I do, let me just give you guys something real quick here. It looks like the financial markets are kind of doing something that would indicate they're getting comfortable with a Trump victory.
Okay.
So you got all three, the dollar, Bitcoin, and the 10-year yield, they're all spiking, okay, which would indicate that one thing we're in store for one thing that they would anticipate would be lower government spending. And then you also have, I've been looking at this for the past few minutes, gold is almost flat at this point during the evening. Okay. Remember, gold futures and Bitcoin trade throughout the day.
Right.
These are global markets. So gold is almost flat. It's down 60 cents, which is nothing. Which it's trying to decide, are we going to be faced with a set of policies that would continue inflation? If so, then it's going to resume its upward trend, but it might moderate if it sees it was moderating now, which is good for Trump, because again, that's anticipating more fiscal restraint and less inflation.
It's the economy, stupid.
Yeah. So, hey guys, look, I feel good about this.
Good.
So thanks for having me, and
Thank you for
we'll
being
talk
with us.
soon.
All right. We'll be on if you're going to come back. So, all right. So I want to get a temperature check with you ladies before we take a quick break. How are you all feeling tonight? I'll start with you, Yana.
I'm feeling good. As I said, if this is honest elections, Trump is going to win. Like, I've been feeling it this entire year at least. So if this is honest, if everything, we just have to keep praying that everything goes smoothly, that nothing, there's no tricks that they're about to throw.
Well, we still got a lot of night to go.
Right. So as long as it's fair, then Trump is going to win.
What about you, Shelley?
I'm not nervous. I'm cautiously optimistic. So I'm not nervous at all. I just want, again, I don't want these last minute, overnight, midnight ramblings and everybody comes in with all these ballots and things like that. But I'm optimistic. I do hope that when the clock strikes 12, we will have a president DJT number 47, and we are gonna dance. I can't wait.
Yeah, we do have a super chatter here. Kung Fu CJ with the $5 super chat says, remember when Trump in 2016, the market spiked upwards when he won. All right. I'm still holding out, folks. I'm waiting for Pennsylvania and I'm waiting for Georgia.
And the whole world is watching. The entire world, everyone back in Russia are watching.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course they watch our election.
They're holding their breath. They're really excited. I mean, they're excited for hopefully that Trump will win.
All right.
Looks like this. Let us know, everybody in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing, where you're from. Put a little comment in there. Just let us know what you're thinking about, what's on your mind.
Yes, please. And hit that like button. If you haven't done so already, hit the like button. We need that. It helps the algorithm to push us up in the YouTube stratosphere.
Share with your friends.
Yes,
please,
absolutely.
And family.
So we're going to take a little break.
All right. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Now, if I named every person who shares this victory with us tonight, we'd be here for a few hours. But I can't leave the stage without thanking some very special people who made tonight possible. First and foremost, to the single most incredible, the baddest campaign team, let me tell you, ever to have graced the earth. This team is incredible, and they are led by the incomparable Sheila O'Connell, our campaign manager. Thank you so much to Sheila, who is what I love to call a super bad woman. Sheila led this, she flew this plane, no matter what the winds were, against over $100 million that was spent against our campaign. And we're here tonight for every single person on this team who gave everything they had. They left it all on the field. This was the single most talented team. I've seen every single one of them. I want to thank them so much for their commitment. I want to thank them for sharing their talents with me, and I can't wait to continue working and making your efforts worthwhile. I'd also like to thank some of our partners, Emily's List. I want to say thank you so much to Emily's List and the super incredible Jessica Mackler, Higher Heights, and Glenda Carr. There's a network across the country electing women. I want to thank them so much. And also want to thank all of our partners in labor who are here tonight, many of whom are here tonight. All of our faith leaders and faith community, want to thank them so much. To the super bad Divine Nine, my brothers and sisters of the Divine Nine. Yes, the coalition. Yeah, yes. Yes. I'd also like to say thank you so much to the Democratic Party led by Ken Ullman and also Dr. Charlene Dukes. Want to thank them so much for all their incredible support. All of my friends in elective office. Don't we have the baddest captain of Team Maryland, Governor Wes Moore? Want to thank him so much. All of our friends and our federal delegation who are here tonight. You just heard from Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. Want to thank them. All of our the congressmen who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. Want to thank him so very much. Congressman Mfume, sir, thank you so much. Congressman Sarbanes, and Congressman Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin. Yes, America's Congressman. Congressman Ivey. Want to thank them. Rupersberger. Thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elective service who are here tonight from the state Senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign, to all of our volunteers, all of Team Also Brooks, all of Team Also Brooks, every single volunteer. Thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met us in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock. Thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you, that's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown, Prince George's County, Maryland.
up, guys? We are the ladies of pop and politics, and guess what? We have merchandise.
We got merch. Check it out. Check it out.
We have a website, www.popandpoliticslive, where you guys can pick up the latest merchandise that we have here. Here's something I use this every morning for my cup of tea. It's a Pop and Politics mug. Yeah, I drink every morning. Yeah. And I love it. So definitely check it out. We've got some cute shirts on there. Shelly, you have a shirt there that you love, right? Yes, a cute shirt. And so definitely check it out. Again, www.popandpoliticslive.com. Appreciate the support. All right.
Go there now.
Yes.
There you go.
In Milwaukee, Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're seeing right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. The suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Oh,
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more the... There's no question that I think this...
So we can hear this down here. I don't know if this is right or...
All right,
folks, we are back. Just wanted to take a quick break. Breaking news, Trump is the projected winner in Georgia.
Yeah. 16, right? 16 votes? 16 votes?
Let me see here. Sorry. Yes. Come on, Pennsylvania. Come on, Pennsylvania. All right. He's projected to win Georgia. I'm not sure how many. Right now, the Electoral College, Trump 296, Harris 242 is what I'm showing here.
That's the projected.
Well, it went up right here.
It's 211 now. That's the actual count.
Yeah.
Okay, so Georgia, you pulled it out. I was mad at you last time because of the Senate race. You put that wicked Warlock in, Warnock. I call him Warlock, the pastor there, and he didn't win Georgia. But you came through this time, ladies. What is your response to this? Is it too early to get excited?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm excited this whole time. I know that Trump is going to win if everything goes smoothly. So I think it's not too early to call. And people in Georgia, I mean, they tend to be conservative, so that's not surprising to me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, if it's too early, I'm going to do half a dance. I'll say the rest, the full dance when we get all the results.
All right. Well, yeah, and then I don't know what. So what
Right now,
went
Trump
up?
has 211
So
electoral votes.
Which state was that they called?
Georgia.
That was Georgia.
That was Georgia, right, right. So Georgia is one of those states that he needed to win. As I said or mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Already he's been, of those 7, all save North Carolina broke for Biden in 2020. So as of right now, he's won North Carolina, he's won Georgia, he's won Nevada.
We're just waiting for Pennsylvania.
We're waiting for Pennsylvania. We don't have Michigan yet. Okay, we don't have Wisconsin, and we don't have Arizona yet. But so far,
But if he gets Pennsylvania, it's over. It's pretty much
yeah. So Georgia and North Carolina both 16 each, while Michigan ranks 4th with 15 electoral votes. But the big mama that we want to call is Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, should Harris lose Pennsylvania and
It's over.
Michigan, for example, it's a Trump victory. So garnering the needed 270 electoral college votes would be highly likely. Conversely, if Harris wins the Sun Belt, would complicate Trump's ability to reach 270, bearing an upset. Folks, get on your knees and pray that Trump wins Pennsylvania.
Well, I know Scott Presler was there, the walkaway leader, and he was in Pennsylvania this whole time rallying people to come out to vote. I know that the Amish have come out to vote in Pennsylvania, so there's a small Russian community. Hopefully they came out to vote for Trump as well. So I'm hopeful still.
Yeah, yeah, I do believe, let me see here, we have Madeline Brame is with us from New York City. I'm not sure if she's available yet.
I think she's still in the backstage.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll bring her forward momentarily, guys. Let's put up Fox News again if we can, see what they're talking about while we wait for Madeline. All right.
Do we have it?
1 second.
Can we pull up? Are they listening?
I believe. All right, we're gonna pull this up momentarily. Let's see here. Yep, breaking. Trump projected to win Georgia.
Okay.
All right. And are we able to put up the Fox stream?
Well, while we're waiting for them.
Yes.
So if you all, we can't go to it right now. The New York Post has a really, really funny headline on their page, and they have the man with the garbage vest on. He's dancing, so saying clean up the garbage. So again, all of our people in our chat group, let us know where you're from, what you're seeing, what you're feeling. Just let us know how things are going in your areas. We are excited. I know you all are. Don't forget our merchandise.
Yes, absolutely. And I believe we have Chaotic Truth in the background. Do we have him available now? All right, Chaotic. How's it going tonight?
Hi.
Well, I'm live streaming the victory stream for Trump.
You called it victory stream already.
Yep. I only have about 10 minutes. Do you guys, salute to all of you guys. Do you guys mind if I sing a song real quick?
No, go ahead.
We'd love to hear you sing.
All right, this is Aaron Lewis, Country Boy. Now I grew up down an old dirt road in a town you wouldn't know. My pops picked the place up for $1,500 back in 1964. My grandfather was a drinker back in the day, he put him down. But a war is known to change a man, and the whiskey's known to change a man. But that's not me. I rarely drink from the bottle, but I smoke a little weed. I still live in the sticks where you wouldn't go, in a town of 1,200 off an old dirt road, and the country boy is all I'll ever be. Now it's been 12 years since I sold my soul to the devil in LA.
What is this? What is
He
this?
said, sign your name here on the dotted lines, and your songs they all will play. He set up shop on Sunset. He put me up at the marquee. He said, you want to sell 1 million records, boy? You better listen to me. He said, change your
All
style.
right.
But
Thank you.
oh,
Yes,
I wasn't really done, but
That's
okay.
okay. What's wrong? What's the song? I mean, what was the purpose of the song?
Well, it's a patriotic song, and at the end, it really gets patriotic. But you guys cut me off. But nevertheless,
All right,
salute
we'll
to you.
listen to it on your show.
Oh no, or you can sing it. Is it possible for you to sing it backwards?
I don't know if that's possible. Well, you know, okay. How about this? The last one is. Hold on for a second. Now, 2 flags fly above my land. That really.
Yes, that was a good one. I liked it.
Now, I thought I had 10 minutes, but okay. Now, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing? Salute.
So you're in
Salute.
Ohio, right, CT?
I am in Ohio currently.
What's going on
Yes.
out there?
Trump won Ohio, as I predicted. I, to a degree, believe Trump might win New York, but nevertheless, Trump has already sealed the deal for tonight. He's up 211, 108. There's another website that has him up 222, but he's already won the election tonight. I knew that this would be a landslide. And maybe we might see a trifecta tonight. Maybe we can get the House. Yeah. But other than that, man, I knew this was coming. People are tired of the Biden administration. They were on their last leg 2 years ago. And with the coup that happened with Kamala overthrowing him, open borders, low recruitment in the military, cities that are crime filled or crime ridden, Soros, DAs. People are tired of these people, man. And there are a lot of, and I can see why Georgia might flip red with the whole Laken Riley thing, her being from Georgia. Rest in peace. It's over. It's over. And I knew this would happen. This is an easy win, tonight. And I don't know, man. What do you guys think?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. I mean, I'm still kind of hesitant. I'm still waiting for Big Mama, Pennsylvania, to come through, and so hopefully that comes through tonight, and then I'd be a little bit more excited about it. But I'm still hesitant because these Democrats, they cheat.
Yeah.
Well, this is too big to rig, KJ.
That's why we need a landslide.
Yeah, it's over. It's too big to rig. We're going to probably get the results within 30, 40 minutes, to be honest with you.
Well,
yeah, it's over. I mean, Kamala, I know I said that Trump probably can get California, but whether he does or not, this one is over. All you need is 270 to win.
Right.
Trump is clearly over 200. Kamala is below, I think she's below 130, if I'm not mistaken, right now.
So far, she's still below 125.
It's over. Yeah, it's over.
This is. You said, CT. I was saying, if we get the House and the Senate, and the presidency, although although I like divided government because you have checks and balances in the purest sense, if you will.
Yeah.
But I will take this one, a trifecta, like you said, particularly because here in Maryland, Angela also Brooks just won the leftist progressive senator. So if we take the House and the Senate, then she can't really get her digs and stuff started.
Yep. Yeah, it's over. What we will see tomorrow, you're going to see a lot of Democrats pissed off. Van Jones is probably going to be crying like a,
Lord.
Whoopi Goldberg may leave and move to Canada. Joy Behar, I don't know. I mean, this is going to be very interesting. The Democrats, they will burn a city, but they're not going to storm that Capitol. So this is beautiful. And I hope when Trump gets in office, January 20th, obviously he can't mass deport. I mean, I know he said he wanted to, get these people out of here. That's going to be, there's a lot of logistics behind that. But if I was Trump, first day in office, I'm firing the FBI director. I'm firing so many people in other intelligence agencies. I'm going to clean shop. That's what I would do. I'm going to clean shop in DC. And, yeah, I don't know what else to say more about it.
You said something that made me remember that's something I forgot to do. You said Van Jones will probably be crying. I forgot to get the damn stock in some Kleenex.
Yeah.
Yeah, but breaking news here in Maryland. So Republican Kim Klacik concedes the race for Maryland's second district to Johnny Oleski. So she did lose that race.
KJ, guys, I got to get the hell back to the stream.
All right. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much,
Thanks,
guys.
CT. Bye-bye.
All right. So, guys, we're still following all of these races, bringing it to you, breaking live right here on Pop and Politics. If you haven't done so already, hit that subscribe button and hit that like button. We need the likes to come up. To get that helps move our algorithm up. It helps to show that you guys are supporting us. So definitely hit that like button. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe.
So just to recap for Maryland, so what's been going on so far?
Well, so far it hasn't been a good night for conservatives here in Maryland. So we did have, of course, the ballot initiative, question 1, to codify abortion into the Constitution here in Maryland. That did pass. Also, Kim Klacik, which I just announced, she's a Republican running against Johnny Oleski for the congressional seat. She has conceded. What else? Also, our senatorial race, yes, with Hogan and also Brooks, the Democrat won, beat out former Governor Hogan.
So are we waiting for anything else on Maryland?
We are waiting for question H.
That's in Baltimore City.
Okay.
Question to lessen the Baltimore City Council members. We're waiting for that to come through. Are we waiting for anything else?
Those are pretty much the highlights.
Okay. Yeah. So we do have a super chatter here. Oh, go ahead.
News. According to Newsmax, Newsmax.com, they are posting the electoral vote map as Trump right now at 242.
Wow.
Harris 108. Now, Fox is saying 211, 117. But again, sometimes the different sites, they don't update them all the same time. So, we'll see.
Yeah, breaking out of leading reporters reporting Trump has a 63% chance to flip Wisconsin, according to DDHQ.
Well, it's looking better than the last elections that I remember. Yeah. At this point, I remember I still thought Trump was going to win, but it didn't look as good at this time.
Yeah.
And Wisconsin was one of those tricky states too. Wisconsin, that state, you almost can never really kind of pinpoint it down. So this is good news in the trajectory and momentum for Trump.
Yeah, they were also reports are coming out of AP. Now, Virginia was called for Kamala Harris, but now they're saying votes are coming in showing Trump is in the lead.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what's going on there.
Virginia is very disappointing to me always when they go for Democrats. I lived in Virginia most of my life here in this part of the country. And it's really just the Northern Virginia that is heavily Democrat.
That's what I'm thinking. They did.
The rest of the country is conservative. So what is going on? I really think that Virginia is conservative overall. So I'm hoping that maybe Virginia will still go for Trump.
Okay. Yeah. We do have some super chats here. Thank you so much, guys. So we have LAPD SWAT with a $5 super chat. Says 20% off on the Van Jones crying dolls for the panel.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll give them to our dog as chew toys. All right, Warren Manigault with the $5 super chat says, I hope the assessment is good and true. Raskin has already said they are going to contest any win, they're going to claim he's an insurrectionist.
Look, don't think that they're going to stop. They are going. Look, there's nothing. They've already tried to assassinate the man twice. So all bets are off with them. They are going to continue to try to find anything and everything. They're going to throw whatever they can at that wall. But this Trump train, if Trump wins, we have the mandate.
Yeah, we do. We certainly do. So continue, keep praying, folks. For those who are faith-based Bible believers, please continue to pray that these polls still keep coming in President Trump's favor. I want to put back up, if we do have it, Fox News. They have a panel going on right now. We want to go ahead and respond. Oh, they're about to go on to break.
We can show the map.
All right. Do we have? I have here that MSNBC is really like losing it right now. Can we tap into their feed? I'm not sure if we're able to do that. I heard they're like losing their minds right now. Do we have MSNBC's feed?
All right.
Okay, well, that's fine. We'll come back to that.
Is Madeline ready?
Yeah, Madeline. Is Madeline available? Okay, no. All right. Yeah, so definitely it's going in our favor, guys. But, I mean, it is a surprise.
I mean, it is, like I said, it does feel better than last time. It kind of reminds me, well, I don't know, 2016. I don't remember 2016 that well because I was still, I didn't vote in that election. Because at all.
Okay.
Because I was very apolitical at that time. But later, when I became more conservative, I was rewatching all that news coverage from that time, and that's what it reminds me of, like the media losing their minds over the fact that Trump is winning. So this is kind of like deja vu of 2016. And the funny thing is that I remember from 2016 is that Clinton's headquarters, they had fireworks ready. Did you know that?
No.
That they had fireworks.
Every campaign does that. They have something prepared for them either way, just in case they win.
I guess. Yeah. So, but they were so ready to celebrate, and that was quite an upset for them at the time. And so I'm waiting for the tears, for the liberal tears.
Oh, yeah. Here's MSNBC. Let's take a look at what they're talking about. Oh, we don't have any sound. There we are. Oh, I think we have Madeline available now. If we could tap her in.
Hey, Madeline.
All right. Hi, Madeline. How are you up there in New York City?
I'm well.
Good.
All right. So we're all sitting here as the returns come in. What's your reaction to the results thus far?
I've been watching. I've been sitting here backstage watching for the past 20 minutes. Actually, it's kind of past my bedtime. So, yeah. But I stayed up just to, come on and hang out with you guys for a little while. But yeah, I'm watching, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm really not. You know why? Because of the climate. the climate that is just, all across America. People are just pretty much sick and tired of being sick and tired, and Kamala didn't have anything to offer. We were not interested, especially, us women. We're not interested in Beyonce. We were not interested in Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B or what's her name? Dirty Red. Is it
Sexy
Dirty Red or
Red.
Sexy Red? Yeah,
Sexy
we,
Red.
we we weren't interested in any of that. And I think what topped the cake was yesterday when what's the it's not Taylor Swift, it's the other girl, Lady Gaga came out and she had the other young lady sticking her fingers down her throat, and it had her throwing up on her. All right. These things to me, I just really wanted to focus on that. The parading out these particular subset or stereotypical women, all right, to try to, pander to a certain demographic of voter. All right. I think that it was very, very insulting, right? When she
Breaking news out now. Republicans have gotten control of the Senate.
Woo!
All right.
All right.
And Trump is up.
Trump is up
According to
216
this.
according to Fox, and Harris 193.
All right. So that's breaking news out. And from Glenn Greenwald, for the first time, the New York Times now has Pennsylvania leaning Trump with 65%
Who's that?
of
Glenn
winning the
Greenwald
state. Yes.
on Twitter.
But yeah, totally, Madeline, it is insulting that they think that women should gravitate towards these
Yes.
really deviant and women that have no shame. It's unfortunate.
It promotes a certain behavior,
Mhm.
all right, which actually, fits the narrative of abortion, and I think that because black women are the highest, percentage of women in America who get abortions. All right. So when they're parading out this behavior, which leads to, unwanted pregnancy, which also leads to abortion. So it all kind of ties in, and also with Lady Gaga with the putting the fingers down the throat, how big of a problem is that in communities among young girls for anorexia and bulimia? So it's like, I don't know if anybody thought about that, or if anyone saw that, but that's what the Spirit of God showed me. All right. That's what, can result from that kind of stuff. And also, Kamala didn't have anything to offer, right? We want, law and order to be restored, especially to our big cities, right? We want safe and secure borders. We want them to close those borders, right? Here in New York, we have illegal immigrants everywhere, wall to wall, illegals, all right? And they're committing all kinds of crime. They're hurting all kinds of innocent people, I heard the young man say earlier that Trump may not be able to do like this mass deportation, but I hope and I pray to God that he's able to at least put this thing in motion. At least put it in motion, all right? Where we can roll back the policies, the failed bail reform policies, all right, that allows criminals to commit crime and to hurt and do whatever they want whenever they want with no consequences. All right. And also, hopefully he'll be able to do that. That'll be easier than a mass deportation. But still, the ones that are here committing crime, that they'll be able to arrest them, lock them up, and keep them locked up. And then ICE, all right, reform the ICE thing, the ICE, what is the agency or whatever, and make sure that ICE can then
Can
take
do their
over after
job.
they finish doing their time.
Well, exactly, and it will send a message across the border to those people who are trying to cross the border that they shouldn't be coming, that it's not going to be good for them, that they will be found out, that they will be prosecuted for their crime. Because right now, the message around the world is come over here and you'll get a phone, you will get food stamps, you will get a place to live. So of course, people who do not have as much out there, in other countries, they're just coming over. It's natural. So we need to be sending a message that we don't have it like that.
And also, they're being dumped in the poorest of minority communities, okay? Sucking up the scarce resources that are barely there as it is from, people, the American residents that live there. We need to keep Americans first, right? They're taking up the seats in the classrooms, kicking out our kids. Now our kids are moving to remote learning because they're putting ESL, English as a second language, teachers in there to teach these, Hispanic children English, right? And our children already can barely read or write. Okay, and so they're removing them and moving them into remote learning. So it's like, it's the poor minorities, the Black communities who suffer the most behind this disproportionately. The Democrats like using that word disproportionate. So now we're going to take up that word our own self, disproportionately being, targeted and being neglected. Our children in our communities.
Wow.
Well, thank you so much, Madeline, for joining us tonight. I know you have early day tomorrow, but we will definitely have to have you on again.
Okay.
And before you go to bed, say a prayer that Trump
I will.
closes it out.
Yeah, Trump
night,
is gonna
Madeline.
win. Trump got this. Trump got this.
All right.
He got this. All right.
Thanks, Madeline.
All right. I want to put on here, we have MSNBC in the background. I wanted to take a look and see what they're talking about. And also, I want to bring on Gimpy of the Little Hats. Bring him on here. Now, your family is from New York as well. And Gimpy is a Jewish man. So I want to talk about that. We've seen more of Black men come over to Trump's side tonight.
And then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we've got too early in North Carolina, too early in Arizona, Nevada. What's caught your eye? What have you been watching?
Well, freedom's just another word for
yes, I am.
the report.
Religious Jews en masse have been voting for Trump this cycle.
To win.
We've seen it all over the
Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Which means that when you actually put
aside
a lot of the energy and the understandable emotion and commitment, we are in a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos, and perhaps in the total national vote. But the total national vote doesn't determine the outcome. So that's what I'm watching. Pennsylvania, there's a reason why Kamala Harris, they have their own plan.
Right?
They can hit more than one state in a day.
He said it's trending to show he's going to win the national vote, meaning the popular vote. When was the last time a Republican won the popular
still
vote?
feel that's the path. While at the same time, and I've heard some interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump over in the entire country in places that may not decide the election, doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development given the year he's had and how he closed. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing. We're watching those three states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win them yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris has won in the state of Oregon per NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18, a really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won Congress in an...
And I want to get your thoughts on this, Gimpy of the Little Hats. When he said about this is a surprising that she won. I'm sorry, that Trump is leading based off of the year that he had. I guess he's referring to the court cases and things like that. I mean, people have been able to see that it was a witch hunt. No.
I would hope so. At this point, it has to be clear that with the voting turnout, that the general public believes that these things were just lawfare and something that happens in banana republics that aren't supposed to happen here in America.
Yeah, and it looks like these MSNBC leftists just don't get it that people saw through their tricks.
Oh yeah, people are waking up every day. Every day they see through all this nonsense.
Yeah, and Yana, you talk about this a lot, as far as the Marxist side of this. Can you speak on that a little bit with Gimpy of the Little Hats?
Well, what I can say about that is from the totalitarian perspective. So, for example, in Belarus,
saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only two counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right. We pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this.
And they are censoring other voices the same way how they would do it in a totalitarian country. And they're censoring our voices. We felt it during COVID a lot. I don't know what happened during the last election, but something strange has happened. So, and we couldn't talk about it. We still are afraid to say that we don't believe the results of the last election.
Absolutely. Breaking, Josh Hawley projected to win the U.S. Senate election in Missouri. And as we mentioned, Kamala Harris is projected to win Oregon and California. Speaking of the West Coast, we have Jade on the line. She is from Arizona. How's it going tonight, Jade?
Hey, y'all. I am, trying to keep it positive.
Okay.
I just want to make clear that I do not work for the Carrie Lake campaign, even though I've been, known to speak with her. So I just need to make that known. Right now, she's down, and it's quite confusing because Rubin has more votes than both Carrie and Trump. So, it's a bit bizarre. Yes. So it's we're gonna just take it as it's still too early to call. That's how we're gonna take this.
Okay. And do you know exactly how much, what percentage of the precincts have reported yet, or?
All I remember seeing was she was down 118,000 votes. That's what I know right now. We're still, trying to get information, and it's kind of chaotic. I'm at a party right now, and, I'm just trying to speak with her organizers, and we're just trying to acquire information as we can. But unfortunately, Arizona is too soon to call.
Right. Okay.
What time is it, Jade, where you are?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat that?
What time is it in Arizona?
What time is it where you are?
Right now, it is about 9:12.
Okay, 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah, so you still got a little bit of night to go there.
And Trump is up. I think I saw last time it was 49.5 for Harris and 49.7 for Trump, and that's just so close.
Yeah, super close. Okay. And so I know we know the numbers as of right now, but what have you been seeing on the ground over the last couple of days? I mean, do you feel optimistic about it, from what you've been hearing and seeing?
Well, I attended the first Trump rally in Glendale, Arizona, and it was a packed house and thousands of people outside. I work with the public, and I would say some people have been very honest with me, and it's mostly Trump supporters. I mean, I'm not saying there's no Harris supporters, but most of the people that I speak to in my career and in my personal life, which is a given, like attracts like, but a lot of people don't trust Harris because of her track record and her inconsistencies and the fact that, she speaks in circles. And they remember how it was with President Trump. I mean, we've already had him before. So we know. I hear a lot of positivity and energy around him. I see MAGA hats everywhere. So, it's just, as most of you have probably seen the James O'Keefe work about Maricopa County, there's a lot of interesting activities going on here.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And one thing we were talking about earlier was, because we are seeing so many gains for Trump, particularly with independents and with men. And so, what do you think about how the Democrat Party, within the last couple of weeks, have really made a huge push with celebrities, from Oprah to Beyonce to all of these celebrities they've had? Jennifer Lopez was out on there crying for Kamala Harris, and it looks like it didn't really work like they thought it would.
Everybody I know is making fun of it, but this is nothing new. Even Malcolm X warned about this years ago. He spoke about, we are the only race that we're thrown celebrities as somehow their word is bond and how they somehow represent the regular person. They don't. There's nobody that I know personally who's swayed by Cardi B and Oprah. I mean, it's actually insulting and condescending at this point. These people are not affected negatively by the grocery and the gas prices and the rent prices. These are the elites of the elites. And they're not exactly intelligent either.
Right.
So, I just don't know anybody in this day and age that's swayed by a celebrity. I think most of it is just they don't like Trump, orange man, bad. I think that's it. But it just looks like a fiasco Hunger Games circus. That's all it looks like to most people, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know, you are a woman of faith, a Bible believer. And so we saw, I think it was yesterday, T.D. Jakes came out in support.
No, it wasn't him. It was somebody who looked like him.
Oh, it was? It wasn't T.D. Jakes?
I don't think it was, I forget his name. That was a different one.
Oh, okay. I thought Pastor T.D. Jakes came out in support of Kamala Harris.
It was somebody who looked like him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, there have been pastors that came out to support Kamala Harris.
Yeah, there have been major pastors that have come out to support Kamala Harris. What do you make of that, as far as, particularly in the Black community?
That's nothing new. None of this is anything new. That's the thing. They had Black pastors back in the day coming out in support of Planned Parenthood. So this is nothing new. These are just the same old tricks, the same demons, the same ploys on the community. I just don't see how anybody who's actually in their Bible would believe anything that these people say. I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't want to say too much on that, but it's just so, come on, y'all. Like,
yeah.
The pastor's name is Dwight McKissick, Senior, of the Cornerstone Baptist Church in Arlington, Texas. He came out. It's a big church down there, but he does look like T.D. Jakes. I think he maybe they're affiliated the church, but the pastor himself his name is Dwight McKissick.
Okay.
Hi, Shelly. How are you?
Hi, Jade. How are you? I'm tired, but how are you?
Good. You look great in orange. That's your color, but not in the prison way. In this pretty feminine way. Yes.
That's okay. Thank you.
But
you look great, and I love the glasses too. Y'all look beautiful.
Thank you.
That is something that we have discussed, is the people of faith and how they reconcile with their faith when it comes to voting, and if they vote for the Democrats, for Kamala Harris, Christians or Jewish people, and now we have talked about Muslims, that Muslims have been swaying towards Trump. So I think right now, really, the Christians have to wake up.
Yeah.
Amen. Real quick, I want to touch on Shelly. Who was that pastor again? Did you say?
His name was Dwight McKissick, Senior, of the Cornerstone Baptist Church in Arlington, Texas.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look him up, Shelly, because I'm not familiar, so I don't want to say too much about him as an individual. But to address your other lovely co-host, I would like to say that, if your politics are not aligned with your faith, there's a bit of confusion going on within you. And, it's not my place to tell anybody how to vote, but I will say, as Christians, we should really be aligning our faith with our vote. And a lot of Christians decided not to vote this time because Trump isn't necessarily what they consider to be perfect, but we're not voting for a Messiah. We're not even voting for a pastor. God uses flawed people every day. Look at me. Okay. I'm extremely flawed, and I'm able to do good things for people. I just think there's a level of hypocrisy and delusion going on. If you're a Christian and you have a Christian worldview, um, then your voice needs to be heard. And it's kind of a weird dichotomy. Like, I get it, why people would believe that Jesus wasn't political, but if you actually read your Bible, he's been political the whole time. Every time he rebelled against the Pharisees, to heal on the Sabbath, that's political. It's an act of political rebellion. So I definitely think that there's some confusion amongst our fellow Christians, unfortunately. I would really like to hear the gentleman that Shelley kindly informed me about. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to make sense how you could call yourself a follower of Christ, but support abortion and support all the lewdness and lascivious people that Kamala Harris has had on stage, the twerking and, all of the Diddy party attendees. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. What do y'all think about that, ladies? I'd like to hear what y'all have to say about that.
Yeah, I'm right in line with you. What were you saying, Yana?
I mean, exactly. I feel like in the Christian community, a lot of Christians got this idea that love is love, like that liberal slogan, and I hear it from many Christians that they kind of conflate this idea. What is love exactly? And the whole idea that, oh, Jesus taught not to judge, so it's okay for anyone to do whatever it is that they want to do. And as Christians, we should not be judging them whatsoever. That's all I'm hearing from the liberal Christians around here.
It's a misinterpretation of scripture is what that is.
I'll answer your question this way, Jade.
Sure.
So there was it's on YouTube. There's Alan Parr. He's I think he's a pastor, a minister, but he's been around for a while. He has a really good debate video, or that he breaks down 4 or 5 between Democrats and Republicans who are both Christians, right? And he talks about these issues or why they are voting the way they're voting from a biblical perspective on each side. I would recommend everybody to watch that. It's a really good discussion or a talk that he has. And then there was another one, the guy named, is it Lecrae or Lecrae?
The rap, you're right the first time, Shelley Lecrae.
Okay.
Yes.
So he had 2 Christians on there. One was a Democrat and one was a Republican. He also it was a really good discussion that they were having of, again, politics, voting, the different issues. But I'm just recommending that people watch those, even Christians, Bible believers, because not only it gives each side, if you will, it gives you to be prepared to how to respond to your fellow Christians on the other side.
Oh, so it's apologetics. Okay, I like that.
It's more. I would say it's more of apologetics in that vein. But again, so it helps us, and it also helps on the conservative side. So that it's not so much that we're just out there, beating people over the head, beating them down. We also, again, it gives both sides the reasons. It's information, and then at the end, particularly one with Alan Parr, he breaks it down and says, "Okay, I'm going to tell you how I'm going to vote and why, based on the issues that were just discussed." So again, I would just recommend that any of us would watch that. I watched them both; they were pretty good the way they did it, the way it was presented.
So
Thank you, Shirley. I appreciate that.
I want to bring Gimpy of the little hats back because
Before we do that,
right there.
Right. I know you don't have much time, Jade, but I just want to say thank you so much for coming
Good to
on.
see you.
Thank you. It's good to see you, ladies. And I just want to, shout you all out and the work you're doing. Keep going. I think what you're doing is so important. And no matter what happens tonight, we still have a fight on our hands. We have a lot to do. So I just want to, thank you. Good to see the 2 of you again. It's nice to meet you. I don't know your name, ma'am. I'm sorry, in the middle.
I'm Yana.
That's right, duh. I knew that. Yana, I'm sorry. I forgot. I had a little wine.
Right. Thanks, Jade.
Yes, thank you. God bless you all. Ladies, thank you so much.
You too. All right.
Well, talking about this idea of people of faith, and Gimpy, you have mentioned that Jewish people of faith are voting for Trump. So what is the hope of the, I guess, the faithful Jewish community for this country? How they want this country to be like? What is the future that these people are hoping for?
I mean, they think that a strong America will be a safe place for Jews and a strong supporter of Israel. And as such, Jews will have prosperous times here, pretty much what every group is looking for out of America. So they hope that Trump is bringing more stability, ending the war in the Middle East, creating more expansion on the Abraham Accords, things like that. He's been the most pro-Israel president ever, so it pays its dues.
So how come, I mean, what about the other side? Do other people of the Jewish community, how come, what are they hoping for what Kamala will bring?
I couldn't tell you why Jews vote for Kamala. If you're going to ask me why Jews vote for Kamala, I couldn't tell you that. You'd have to ask them. Why does a chicken vote for KFC?
All right.
All right. We do have someone else in the background. Again, I want to add them in. Nicole Bennett, director of the
Hi, Nicole.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Nicole.
Where's your happy faces? Where are your happy faces?
We're being conservative.
No. Can I say something? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Gimpy of the Little Hat.
Oh, Lord.
Kill me. Yeah, I know, right? That you keep saying it is cracking me up. You're the one who can tell us what the numbers mean at this point. You're the most qualified.
Let me tell you, if you're not jumping around on the inside, you're not watching what I'm watching. Come on, ladies. Let me tell you something. Before you close your eyes tonight, the president-elect of the United States will be Donald John. They just called North Carolina for us. We won the Senate seat in Ohio. So we have 50 seats in the Senate. You know, it's looking so good right now.
I know we won the Senate. We have the Senate.
Oh, actually. Oh, and listen, we're padding that victory. I have been at Fox DC for 8 hours.
Wow.
As the quote unquote the Republican strategist with their Democrat national dude. And the energy in the room when I first got there at 2:30, they were electric, made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. By 7:30, they were whispering. Then my phone was ringing. By 9 o'clock, they were, wait, they call it for Trump. Let's not call it yet. And let me tell you, I danced out of there.
Nicole.
Let me tell you. Yes.
I'm looking at the New York Post, and they're saying their headline says the Trump crowd is doing the YMCA, but Harris supporters are starting to leave as the VP's camp sends a somber memo. Ooh. Have you heard about this memo yet?
I've not heard about the memo, but I just drove past Howard. Oh, look, it's Deontay Johnson.
Hi, Deontay.
Hello.
I'm at BCF headquarters, and we are partying. I mean,
nice.
We don't be partying.
It's not over until the fat lady sings.
That's how I'm saying, Deontay.
Guess
All
what?
Right. That's right.
The work has been done, and Black voters are up. We're at 23% for Black men nationally. So listen. It's all to all of you guys. All the good work. Poppin' Politics has been popping around the country. Congratulations to your 100,000 plus. And listen, we're making America great, and I cannot wait to party with you guys at the BCF inaugural ball.
Oh my God.
Y'all know. See,
I'm trying to keep
let me tell you, I try to be
down.
super professional, you know. I'm a guest host on the show, so I can't act up too much. But y'all caught me in my natural habitat. You know, I'm at my BCF headquarters. We've got oxtails on deck, some jawline. We got champagne. It's popping here. You know, after a hard day trying to be a nice lady, it is so good to be home. And as soon as I walked in the door, they were like, "Oh, we got it. We got it. And everybody's at the board and we're adding up the numbers. And the next thing you know, they called North Carolina for Trump. And we said, okay. Then they called that Senate race in Ohio. Okay. Then all of our phones started going off with this insider information. And I'm telling you that after this meal I'm going to eat right now, that's when I'm going to go low carb so I can squeeze it into the dress for the inaugural ball at BCF. All y'all could come. Look.
Well, I just know Joy. What's her name? Joy Reid.
Uh-huh.
She looked like she was fit to be tied. Okay, she just looked like she had some kind of mask or pall over her face or something.
Well, because they see the internal polling. So one of the things that when you're watching it on the news, right, they're giving you their predictions of what those numbers look like. So sometimes you'll see that there's like only 80% of the vote counted, but they call a race for a person. Like here in Maryland, even before they counted one vote,
right,
they called it for Kamala Harris just because of the numbers. You know, the sad thing about that is sometimes they don't get it right. Right. But in races that are too close to call, they wait it out. So we've been waiting and waiting on North Carolina, waiting and waiting and waiting. They finally called North Carolina. Ohio's not far behind. Pennsylvania's going to fall right behind that. Michigan and Wisconsin's looking good. When I tell you the work that we've put in is just dynamic. We have big boards in our front room of all the states that we worked in. And it's so gratifying to write flipped over each one of those states, flipped. We've worked so hard to get Black men to vote, Black women to vote, Asian and Hispanic people to vote, to use their voice. And what we're hearing now is that
a million, and we're getting close to all the voting in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself, the 5 boroughs of New York City. They're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020.
Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see what the 136,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around.
So can I point out to you when he was showing you that map, and the reason why, if you guys were here, you too would be popping the champagne, because the parts that have not yet been counted are rural areas.
Right.
Whoa.
Right. So if we're leading and they've already counted, all of the urban areas, and there's these very red rural areas left to count, go ahead and call that. But they're playing this game with us, and they do this every time we get ahead in something. They'll wait till, they've had a few shots at him and say, he really wasn't a great president, or, he talked a lot of trash. I mean, they talk a lot of crap, and then eventually they'll call the race. Or what you'll see is just the number of his electoral votes will go up, and they haven't even addressed it. I mean, if I had $1 for every time I looked at the big screen and it said Kamala Harris won Rhode Island, but Trump's electoral numbers are going higher. I was like, why is his numbers going up if we're talking about her winning Rhode Island?
Nicole, how's it looking for what was it CT called, the trifecta? How does it look for the trifecta?
Listen, it's looking kind of iffy for the trifecta because of the House. So we spent so much time and energy focused at the top of the ticket, hoping that Trump would have big enough coattails to kind of drag everybody else along. So there's going to be probably a narrow win in the House.
That's okay. Senate, it's still a win.
Let me tell you, the Senate, we crushed. That thing is crushed. We've got Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Tim Sheehy in Montana is going to come on board next. As long as we hold the majority, especially in the Senate, game over.
But even if we get a slight win in the House, that's still a win.
Listen, I'll take an even House.
Exactly.
I take an even House. When we're talking about the two upper chambers, the Senate being the most deliberative body in the United States, this is where the money is made. It makes me angry, though, that Larry Hogan, early on in his campaign, walked around and talked about how he was going to be the deciding vote in the United States Senate. I asked him not to do that. I asked the campaign not to do that. Do you know why? Because Angela also Brooks wasn't on that talking point, but her team grasped on that point and said, we know everybody loves Governor Larry Hogan, but we can't let Republicans take over the Senate. And it cost him his election.
Yeah,
it cost him his election.
Well,
but like you said,
wait. You don't think that him being anti-Trump cost him a ton of votes? You think that every Republican signed up for him?
No, I think he got the same Republican votes that he got the first 2 times that he ran. I think the problem for him was that he did not carry enough of Prince George's County. He did not carry enough of Montgomery County like he typically does. Those very, very moderate Democrats and independents who usually vote for Larry Hogan got message after message that said, we can't let the Republicans hold the Senate. And here's the reason why. The Senate, being the most deliberative body in this nation, controls the way the nation moves. We can't risk it. We love Larry, but we can't risk it. Vote blue or the nation is going to be in trouble. So half the people who voted for Angela also Brooks, number one, have no idea what she did, no idea what she's going to do. But they knew that the Democrat Party was saying, we have to have this seat to keep the Republicans out of controlling the Senate. Well, none of that's true. This is not the only Senate race in the nation. There are other Senate races. We are clearly going to control the Senate, and it was never going to be Larry Hogan being the deciding vote on anything. Never ever. But
and not to mention good thing about us controlling the Senate is with the Supreme Courts. We can stop if, God forbid, if Trump does not get in, there won't be any Supreme Court.
He's coming.
He might be the only president now to put more Supreme Court justices in, because if Clarence Thomas retires, and I think who else is up for retirement, possibly.
Well, let me tell you, if Trump wins, they're all going to suddenly start going to the gym. Nobody's going to want to be replaced.
But he might have a chance to again appoint somebody else. So
well, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that all of this energy that is coming with Trump to build a better, stronger, safer, more prosperous America will overwhelm this feeling of, I really don't like this man. But it's palpable. Like, I had to walk, because most of the streets are closed here in DC. I had to walk maybe 4 blocks in order to get to where our office is here on H Street.
Oh, what y'all hear?
No,
what's
that
the
was
screen?
there. That was
Nicole.
Nicole, I want to talk about.
It's BCF.
That's what I'm saying. What they hearing?
Let me see. I do want to talk about breaking. Trump has an 89% chance of winning Michigan, according to New York Times.
Okay. And Pennsylvania is only 79% in, but he's up already in Pennsylvania.
So one thing I want to talk about,
and Michigan.
I want to ask you both, Gimpy with the little hats, and Nicole. What do you guys think if Trump wins, there's going to be liberal rioting?
Oh, I hope so.
Well, there's going to be a lot of tears. I don't know about rioting. I think there'll be some legal action. And we talked about that today. There's going to be some legal action, but ultimately any court action will end up at the Supreme Court. And I'm not fearful of anything going to the Supreme Court because of the constitutionalists we have sitting on that court. The problem I think they're going to have more so is the mandate that comes with Trump, because not only will he win 270 electoral votes, he's going to win the popular vote.
Oh my God!
So winning that popular vote means that he comes with a mandate that America is looking for, the things that he's selling: a stronger economy, a stronger nation, peace in the Middle East. And when he means peace, he means peace. He means peace for the Israeli people so that they can live free and happy and safe in a part of the world that means them harm. He means peaceful for the people of Muslim faith. That means, listen, this may not be the place where you can live, but we'll find you somewhere else that's pretty nice and you can get along and have a nice life too. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to mince words about protecting Israel. We're not going to mince words about being terrorist organizations. Iran is done. Cut them out the square. It is going to go down, and it is going to happen very quickly, very, very quickly. He's got everything in place
I hope you're right, Nicole.
I'm
God
telling
willing, man.
I'm
Like
telling you, listen,
I've been saying it all day, Nicole, that this is going to be a decisive, not landslide victory, right? And we're all going to go to bed winners.
let me tell you, BCF is already partying up. We have one gigantic magnum of Dom Perignon we've been saving for the moment that he gets to 270. You know, the moment that he gets to 270, it's going to be a problem here at headquarters. The party is going to be all the way live. But when I walked, you know, past Howard, there are a ton of people out there, and they're starting to leave because number one, Kamala's not there. She's at a hotel at a very posh party.
She posted that she was at Howard University.
She is going to be there.
She's at a hotel at a very posh party. The people at Howard were listening
Getting
to
drunk.
Yeah, they were listening to speakers, and you know, they had a DJ, you know, that kind of thing. But most of the people who were out there were not even students; they were alumni from Howard. The reporter from Fox 5 DC asked them who were the people in the crowd and how many people were in the crowd, and the campaign couldn't even tell her who the people were or how many people there were. So, you know, there's a lot of shenanigans that are going on. My favorite shenanigan of the day was Kamala Harris allegedly talking to a voter on her cell phone.
Oh yeah, I wish we
had. And then the camera. Like, how dumb are you? How dumb are you? That woman.
What did it say? I didn't see
I'm
that
sorry,
earlier.
Nicole.
No, I agree. Listen, she was not smart, but we know that staging things are not their forte. That door knock that she did with the people who came to the door twice, you know, it all smacks of who she is and who she would be as president. That's not what we want on the world stage. We've had enough of this Joe Biden foolishness, and we know he only picked her. And I hate to say it, as a Black woman, I hate to say it. He only picked her because of her skin color.
Yeah, not
She
only
was a
that,
DIE
as you mentioned,
hire.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, yes, it's not what we want on the world stage, but it's not, as we can see as these returns come in, what the American people want. You know, that whole display that she did with the cell phone, pretending that she was talking to a voter, and you could clearly see the camera was on and she wasn't on the phone. It goes to, it's a symbol of her entire campaign. It's inauthentic, it's fake, it's phony, and it's a lie.
Everything is staged about her. Every conversation she's having, it's so obvious. Nothing is true about her. It's because she can't really talk about her real life. She has nothing to really be proud of. She brings up her career in California, and everybody knows that she just loves power. And she was there so she can, with the strike of her pen, put a person in jail and change their life. And she likes to be drunk on power, but she has nothing to really go for her authentically, and she's lying constantly. She's lying with that phone right now. Then we're gonna pretend to knock.
Can we listen to her meltdown?
Can we hear this?
Yeah.
Apology campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not.
It's white supremacy.
Is that if you can't flip white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times,
Yana, it's all your fault.
You have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for
She's
Vice President Harris. So for a woman, this will be the
out of
second
her mind.
opportunity that white women in this
Nicole,
country
the
have
race
to
grip is
change the way that they
strong with
interact with
this
the
one.
patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that
Strong
conversation.
with this
But if
one.
people aren't receptive to it, and if
This
people
lady is
vote more,
insane. Black
you
people
know,
came out
party
en masse
line
for
or
Trump
more
this
on
time.
race
Black
than on
people are the
gender
reason
and
why
on
he's
protecting
winning.
their
Number
gender,
one,
there's
we're going to
really
see
not
this.
much more that
History
you
is
can
going
do
to
but
see
tell
this as
people
the
what the
most
risks are and
influential election
leave it
for
to them to do
Black
the right
people
thing.
if Trump wins.
People didn't have any surprises here. We do have to remember when it comes to North Carolina, they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons of accommodations and people were able to get to the polls in an abbreviated form. But they also were victims to a huge amount of misinformation over the last 4 years.
Oh my God.
Impact that had, but to Joy's point,
Excuses, tears.
And what
I'm
they were
sorry.
getting.
This lady right here. All I see is excuse, cry.
Do you know what's interesting? They said this is what was going to happen.
Oh yeah.
When they put so many Black women in power in the Democrat Party, the people who were displaced by these Black women that were coming into these power positions were saying, you know, one day they're going to cannibalize us. One day they're going to eat us alive. Well, hello, honey, today is the day, because the reason why their candidate is not winning is not because she was not able to effectively communicate and was running on an issue that is only important to a small subset of people. It's just because white people don't like Black women.
Indeed, Fox has him up to 232 now.
Oh, baby, I told you it's a wrap. Let me tell you, we are very conservative here at the Black Conservative Federation. As a group of people,
midnight now.
We are very, very, very conservative. But if you could feel the energy in this room, I'm hiding out in the conference room so that I won't be too disturbed. But the party is so very serious in the other room. It is so very serious. Everyone is so excited. We've worked so hard, and it's a waiting game at this point for them to call the races in the way that they should be called.
Yeah, I pray that's the case. It's just, you know, I hope it's not like a cheating thing. You know, they come out with all these ballots.
We just got traumatized in the last election.
Well, this is the thing. They can come out with the ballots, and so can we. This is why it was so important to get people to bank their votes. This is why it was so important for people to mail in their ballots. Because, baby, let them pull out some ballots that have been mailed. We got them too.
You know what, Nicole?
They were 1 million mail-in ballots short of where they were last election.
Right.
1 million.
I was listening to the radio today, and I was hearing different states talking about the mail-in and how in overall Republicans have been up and the Democrats are behind in their mail-in ballots at this point, you know, previous elections. So I'm saying this to say this. This is a lesson for us, right? I know we're the party, you know, we like traditions, whatever, but guess what? Sometimes it's time to start some new traditions. And this is one that we need to start. It's okay.
Oh my God, just called Virginia for
Trump. No, you did not. They did not. That's for her.
That's for Harris.
Sorry.
Okay, Jay.
Well, there's still 17% out. We're going to see what happens. They called him, but it wasn't for the right person.
It's for Kamala Harris. Sorry. I have my glasses on.
But we're going to get there. And you're going to see them repeating the call for Democrat states that they already got.
Sorry,
y'all. West Virginia is for him.
Yeah, West Virginia, we won earlier this evening. It was
West Virginia.
Yeah, which was good because we got Governor Jim Justice is now Senator Jim Justice.
Okay. Oh, man.
We got the governor, too, in West Virginia, Morrissey, huh?
Yep. Yep. So we only ever had Joe Manchin that was the pain in the butt that couldn't figure out where he fit on the political spectrum and decided that he was going to run for president on the no ballots or no borders ballots with Larry Hogan.
And I think we have some super chats to acknowledge, I believe. Do we have, okay, Warren Manigault with the $5 super chat says, Bishop J. Drew Sheard is the chief apostle of the Church of God in Christ, endorsed Harris. They are the largest Black Pentecostal church in the world. Wow, Pentecostal too.
Michigan.
Kung Fu CJ with the $5 super chat says, I am tired, but I am going to stay up all night if I have to.
Me too.
You can let me know, Kung Fu, when I go to bed.
All right. Mikael says, the election is like waiting for an STD test result.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
On pins and needles.
Yeah, burning, I guess. All right. Yeah. Well, I know I know you got stuff to do there at the BCF, Nicole.
Yeah.
So we're not gonna hold you up too long. But I mean, you called it. You're saying that you think it is gonna go for Trump then.
Yeah, we think it's going to be Trumpian, as we like to say. It's going to be a beautiful day. We've got all of our MAGA stuff, and the party attendance ranges from age 3 to probably like 65 that we got. So we really, really appreciate everybody pulling for Trump, right? Everybody trying to get us there. All of the praying that's happening. The people who saw something and said something, for the people who were having a hard time voting, the machines that had been almost tampered with. All of those things are very important. And I could not be prouder of America as we stood up and said, doesn't matter what party it is, this is the wrong thing to do. And I hope that kind of energy continues. I'm looking forward to a Trump win. I'm looking forward to his acceptance speech where he asked for unity, where he asked for everybody to believe in the American way, in the American dream. It is going to be legendary. I'm so excited.
I am too. I said I'm cautiously optimistic. I was not even nervous tonight. I was not nervous at all. I'm just.
You got
ready
nerves
to
of
dance.
steel.
I'm ready to dance.
Listen, I've been like that since 2:30. I walked in the Fox knowing what it was going to be, because it really is the belly of the beast. Because almost everybody who works there is fairly democratic, and they're very nice, centrist type people. But it's different when you have an opposing opinion, and it's a bunch of them that have the other opinion. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah.
This is going to be very, very interesting. Come on and call Michigan for Trump. Stop playing with me.
Yeah.
Right.
What's this?
This is Michigan. Senate control.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. All right. We do that.
That's a beautiful thing.
All right, Nicole, go back to your party.
I'm going back to party.
Have fun, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole.
Bye, guys. Have a good evening.
All right. All right, so we are going to quickly keep this on for you guys, and we're going to take a quick break and come right back.
you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this, the word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9.
Incredible.
Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
Putin's army has unleashed unthinkable evil since invading Ukraine, torturing Christian leaders, destroying churches and burning Bibles, kidnapping thousands of Ukrainian children and holding them hostage in Russia, brutally assaulting and raping women of all ages. Freedom and democracy are under attack, and Ukraine is the front line. Freedom isn't free. Together, we must stand for justice.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by a belief in the God-given rights of every human being, and in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house, you revisit your own childhood home?
Oh, wow. The name of your true love is Nick.
Read rom-com worthy meet cutes, all with guys named Nick.
Aaron Krakow and Daniel Lissing, a holiday tale about finding true love.
Nick!
Yes! In the nick of time.
You have a little snow in your hair.
Santa, tell me. Check your local listings. Part of Countdown to Christmas, only on Hallmark Channel.
Let's go. Like my fancy shoes, I wore them just for.
Coming in, as you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now seems like it's getting close to being baked here. 93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about, right? How do you get to 270? And if you punch around on the map and just see the margins, I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay? You know, Harris at 216, Trump at 232. And, you know, I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Come back. It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984. This was no different.
And the Fox News decision desk believes that Vice President Harris will win Nebraska's 2nd district, the area around Omaha. Not a big surprise there either.
Not, but as you see the 270, we're at 232 to 216 with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono will win a 3rd term. And the balance of power, as we just said, the U.S. Senate will go to Republican control. So far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay. So rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer, by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan, okay? If it stays that way, it's his. And he's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts low. It's okay. We'll take our time on that, all right? It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now, okay? So it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again, all right? It was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is, 0.4 percentage points, a Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so that's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill is describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does, which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, you know, it could happen. She could do it,
it could happen.
Based on our calls.
If it did happen, it would look something like
it's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be, you would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all
of course, that's how the Electoral College was designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Well, of course
the blue wall not only has cracks, it has a lot of breakage on the inside, on the side. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Let's check in with Aisha Hasni at Trump campaign headquarters. That has to be getting kind of fired up.
Yeah, really fired up. Really exciting mood here. A lot of moving parts right now. So behind me, bigger crowd now, and that's because a lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Marco Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration party in Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but he looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive. And I also know now that House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called, and that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the campaign and close to the vice president is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed, even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, you know, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
Jackie, people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
You said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now. There are a couple different stages here, and we were actually told earlier in the night the reason that there were 2 stages is because there was a remote location with a studio where Harris could potentially go and potentially pipe video in if the race was still outstanding, if enough of these states were remaining uncalled and needed to go into another day. But it doesn't sound like that is going to be utilized tonight because we're hearing word that she could be coming here to say something. But who knows who's going to be around for it? We also don't know who this... Go ahead.
No, we hear a new addition in the background, and there may be a new addition to make here in a call that we're having in a few minutes. I just wanted to try to do that. If I could make that transition.
Really well done.
It didn't really work.
Jackie doesn't know who the audition was. Jackie's too young.
Jackie was spellbound by that one. Sorry about that. Let's bring in our panel. Mark Thiessen, Trey Gowdy, Kellyanne Conway join us, and then we have the chain gang over here on the right, chained to the desk, and they haven't left. Okay, Mark, you haven't been on. What's your thoughts?
So when I interviewed Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago the day after the second assassination attempt, we were talking about the previous election, and I pointed out that 2020 was decided by a handful of swing voters in a handful of swing states, and that this election probably would be as well. And he said to me, maybe, or maybe a lot. I have a feeling it might be a lot. Looks like he might have been right. If it turns out the way this seems to be coming, this is the greatest political comeback since 1892 when Grover Cleveland lost the White House and won it back. So what that means is, love him or hate him, Donald Trump isn't just a once-in-a-generation talent, he's a once-in-a-century talent politically. And keep in mind, this is the matchup the Democrats wanted. They thought Trump would be easier to beat. Part of the reason why they launched this campaign of lawfare against him was to rally Republicans around him so that he would be the nominee. And that may have been a grave, grave political miscalculation.
You know, Trey Gowdy, I'm struck by thinking about the strategy on the Trump campaign, right? And that he wanted to do all of these rallies, right? And he dug into that strategy in a big way. Also, he said that immigration, he felt, was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, you know, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border is kind of a microcosm of
I was probably more nervous last week than I was today.
Word.
I wasn't nervous at all.
Yo.
Democrats have a
We're good.
62%
We're up.
chance of
We're up.
controlling the House.
That's all right. If we got the Senate, that's fine. Divided government is okay.
They're saying you guys don't.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh.
All right, folks, we are back. Just took a quick break. We're full of emotion over here. We're up, we're down. We're trying to kind of temper our excitement. Still waiting, of course, for Georgia, Pennsylvania, two of the big states we're waiting for. But we want to bring you some local news out here in Baltimore City. Question H, we were hoping would pass, and it has come out that it has not. So we have with us Giovanni Patterson of Peace. He's the chairman of Peace, People for the Elected Accountability and Civic Engagement, and he was the one who got this on the ballot. So what's your reaction that it did not pass?
Well, the people of Baltimore have spoken. They are, you know, well, I'll say this first. The bureaucracy came out in full force when they were challenged. There were several ballot committees created to oppose it. There was an organization called Baltimore for Democracy. There was another one called Stop Sinclair. And effectively, it was just all these kind of like coalitions that came together that I do think discredit true representation of the people. And they came together. I guess they put together enough of a campaign between the mass groups and the different monies that fund them, were able to put together a campaign to, maintain the status quo. But ultimately, the people of Baltimore have spoken, and they said the status quo is good.
And can you tell our viewers who may not be familiar, who may be out of state and not unfamiliar with what Question H was about?
So Question H was an initiative to reduce the size of Baltimore City Council. Baltimore has been seeing a significant population decline over the past, several years and decades, as a matter of fact. So we were looking to reduce the number of city council districts from 14 to 8. In a largely Democratic city, the primary is the election, and a lot of the city council members get elected with about 3,000 to 5,000 votes. So, this was an effort, one, to make government smaller, but two, to put more eyes on each a council member to help, maintain a level of accountability.
Yeah, and so what was some of the pushback you were getting from voters?
Well, it's interesting because a lot of the pushback was not necessarily about the issue itself. It was about the funding of the issue and how it got on the ballot. I did receive a lot of money from, a wealthy benefactor here in Baltimore, but we share the same goals, and similar values that we want to see Baltimore work for Baltimoreans. We want your tax dollars to be more, better used, better spent, as well as having more money in your own pockets instead of into the pockets of the politicians. So we align on those, and he's willing to put up money, and I'm willing to use the money to petition and get things on the ballot to help make things better for Baltimore.
So let me ask you this, because we did see that a lot in this local election. People were upset that
Sinclair
Broadcasting, run by David Smith, was they felt like was a part of it, was backing it.
Yeah.
And but we don't see that on the opposite side. So you have George Soros has funded many leftist Democrat initiatives in cities across the country. Now, at least Dave Smith and Sinclair is local to Baltimore, but George Soros isn't local to many of the cities that he funds. But we don't see that pushback going against people going against him and the organizations that he pushes.
Well, it's interesting. We can have a whole show about that because it's a different structure, and it's a lot of dark money, and that's why they want to also maintain the council districts the size that they are, right? Because you can focus, effectively get special interests involved in local politics, create policy around it, and now you're able to funnel money into certain initiatives because now the government funded, but they're flowing through nonprofits. So there's this model, right, to create a nonprofit, and these nonprofits supposedly represent the people, but people are just getting paid to run and be social justice advocates. I didn't get paid for peace, right? But all the advocates against peace are paid full-time people that they do this all the time. They're doing organizing, community organizers full-time. So it's just an added layer of where the money comes from. So George Soros will fund a nonprofit. That nonprofit represents a group, for example, Jews for Justice, or the AFL-CIO, or what have you, whatever organization that it might be. They fund these organizations, and then now that organization seems like it's a representative of the people, right? When it may not exactly be. So because the money isn't seen to come from George Soros directly, it's seen as coming from those particular organizations, and then it gets funneled into what other activities. But it looks like it's a grassroots effort instead of saying, hey, George Soros is kind of controlling all these initiatives.
Wow. All right. Well, what's next for peace?
So we'll maintain, trying to hold elected officials accountable, and educating on the power of what the people are. Because one of the things that I was doing, particularly leading up into the ballot issue activity, was that we were having the Power Up Town Halls series and things like that, where we were actually sharing people just simply the org chart of Baltimore City. And one of the amazing things was when you show people the org chart of Baltimore City and really any government, you notice that it's the people at the top. And when you give that to people and they immediately turn it upside down and say, well, it doesn't feel like that, right? And again, this effort, Question H, was an effort to start balancing that power back in favor of the people. But the people have spoken again and said, the status quo is good enough.
All right. Well, we will continue to monitor this your piece and what you guys are doing. Similarly, Trump is doing that for the nation. We see that he's trying to get rid of bureaucracy. He's talked about getting rid of the Department of Education and other bureaucracies within government. So it's a good thing overall, and I hope people start to take on that initiative locally. Let's tune back into Fox News and see what's going on there.
we have to be gracious in the moment, and I hope, Kelly, and there will be Democrats who will want to reach out to President Trump and reach out to Republicans in the Senate, and we'll see what happens with the House. But again, we haven't declared anything.
No, we haven't. And there is the caveat, but Bill Hemmer, we're waiting on Georgia.
Yep.
Right?
Waiting on a lot of things.
And we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on Wisconsin. We're waiting on Michigan. But why Georgia, do you think?
Let me pop on down there. Had a nice little pretty map set up for you guys.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I can come back to it. All right. So here's Georgia. All right. And here is the remaining vote. And what I see is a lot of the vote in Atlanta in the Atlanta metro area is in, but there's fractions here and fractions there. I see Chatham. Okay. Savannah. It's not a small county, 5 out of 159. It's got about a third of the votes still remaining as well. We're not quite set up for the vote margin there, but...
All right, go back to Pennsylvania. I just wanted to check in.
No, it's okay. No, what I was poking around here a moment ago is Wisconsin. If you do the remaining vote, and the reason we put in these different shades of purple is because the deeper the purple, the more outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural in the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not, that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the Southwest while I got you guys. And let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while, too. But look, if you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
Fox News Tonight.
So we're getting a lot of vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks. And we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states. And you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86% in. Michigan's a little early in 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yep.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really come around in recent years because they thought, the Harris campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet, and there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision, and ultimately it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanted USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete. There's probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania, as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow.
That's a big difference in Michigan.
Difference.
That is a big difference.
I wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue.
And RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Yeah. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Karl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we began. It all comes down to Pennsylvania.
Checked on your
that goes for Trump
friends?
will settle the contest. It will be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight, what did you see as it unfolded?
As it unfolded, a little bit changed. Earlier in the evening, it looked like he was doing slightly better in the big city urban areas. And in some suburbs, like in Georgia, he was not doing as well. But tonight in Pennsylvania, for example, he's doing better in all 4 of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural parts of the state. And it is an unusual coalition. It's inner city ethnics, it's Catholics who have been for decades the principal swing vote in America. Increasingly Hispanic voters among them. And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this. But we do have to keep in mind that the race in 2020 wasn't called for days, that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday, I think that it was. So we'll see. They think it's close, that there's vote coming in. There was some conversation over how much of the remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into Harris's column. 2 things, though, that I've been thinking about. One, and Dana knows this well, how much I love to throw out a good door-knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore?
What should I prepare? If you want to.
What are they saying? How could she win?
Where is this? Who's this? What site is this? Which site is this?
The MSNBC.
They behind. Well,
oh, Georgia was called for Donald Trump?
Well, it looks like on the map, right? Yeah.
Georgia's been called by NBC.
Okay, folks, so Georgia has just called for Donald Trump. Oh, yeah.
They're saying NBC.
MSNBC has called Georgia for Donald Trump.
No. Oh, NBC is calling, let me see.
Wow. So Georgia is Trump.
Yes.
Yes.
NBC.
NBC is
Trump
called
takes
Georgia for Trump.
Trump takes Georgia and North Carolina and battleground state. NBC News projects it.
So we're just waiting for Pennsylvania. If he gets Pennsylvania, then it's good.
Also, Republicans have flipped 2 Senate seats. Yes.
Right direction, wrong track. I mean, 2/3 of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction, and she represents the party in power. To me, it's it's amazing that she's come as close as she has, given that
party of the administration.
Yeah, she was the vice president in a very unpopular administration, and yet tonight again. Britt made the point earlier. The Electoral College will serve the purpose of translating a relatively small difference between these two people. Look at Pennsylvania, 50.9 to 48.1. And yet at the end of the day, a series of victories that are 1 and 2 and 3 points are going to generate a commanding number in the Electoral College that will help the new president again, if it all goes like it looks like it's going, to be more effective in office.
Harold Ford, are there going to be Biden people that say he could have been better? Like Biden?
I think it's hard to make that case for some of the reasons, and I think Britta and Carl have made the point. I think 3 things. I listen to Sandra's data. I'm curious, as we get a day or so away from this, as we look at what happened with the performance amongst women for her. Did she win African American women, Hispanic women, white women at a bigger rate? Were there disparities between the two? And then the race thing for me, I'm going to be curious also to get more. We heard that the numbers around Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in a country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about, the suburban areas in some places he wasn't performing. And you've seen the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant, and what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing little girls' sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which I think will be good for the party if indeed the trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor this point, but for a candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi, and yet today to see the black vote and the Hispanic vote going exponentially more than it did before is really quite something. I mean, it's just startling.
Well, it's just a further sign of the decline of the influence of the mainstream media, which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he has made about Donald Trump.
we could be getting ready for a call here soon.
Okay.
We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania, Bill. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia.
Oh, Trump. Yeah.
This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia. That's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay. So where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay. So hold on that moment here.
The
Okay.
racial rift did not work.
In Philadelphia.
There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.7. That's a live number that continues to come in. Go ahead and clear this. Kevin, widen out there a minute. Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, you know, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right? Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped.
What?
In Center County.
Oh, he got it.
What is going on?
He got it. No sound.
What is happening? What? No, they're switching to Georgia, I think.
We already know we got Georgia.
No, they.
Howard and where is this?
We have no sound.
No sound. Okay. Who's that? Oh, Trump wins Georgia. Okay. Wait, this is where?
Howard University.
Okay.
Oh, we watching this.
Here.
What?
Did nobody care about Howard?
Why do we go off of Fox? Okay.
Oh. Oh, okay.
What is going
We're
on?
hearing both
we have
streams
two different
again.
streams again.
Oh, wow.
We won't? Tomorrow. More.
What? That's all he got. He leaves. We can't hear. We don't have any sound.
He leaves. I mean, this sounds
Where's
a
the sound?
lot like
Oh my gosh, what are they?
Clinton situation.
said that you're not going to hear from the vice
Right.
president.
Yeah, but why does the sound keep going out?
I'm working
Okay.
with him, but that's what happened.
Right.
And then he just walked away.
So this is the exact same thing that happened with Hillary.
That happened with
Contestant came out,
Hillary,
oh,
yes.
and then
It happened with Hillary, and she
But he
did
just
not
walked
come
away
out.
like, dropped the mic.
Yep, Contestant did the same thing.
That was weird. That was really weird.
Yeah,
That's a good sign.
It is,
That's a concession.
basically.
That is a concession. It's a
Yeah.
sign.
It
They
is.
don't expect. They have to get the cheat on, if anything.
Can we get some sound again?
So, guys, that's apparently that's what Hillary Clinton did back in 2016, and then the next morning she conceded.
Yeah.
Did say that you will hear from her tomorrow, I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard.
tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize the point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in the national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party.
That might be crowd control.
We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. They were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, Donald Trump won that race despite losing the national popular vote. He won the White House, the Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta. When Joe Biden won in 2020, he had the Senate and the House a trifecta, thanks to those two Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans, the Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 a.m. and I'm punchy. Like, mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called and as we watch for additional flips, and ads, we're going to have to talk about those consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it, with leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's at Howard University for us, who just saw those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high-mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear that the vice president will not be speaking tonight. Nobody should be waiting to hear anything from her. But it does sound like, was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond was saying, that she will be back at Howard tomorrow to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation?
Yes, you heard that right. The crowd, you can.
What's gone on so far. So Georgia has called for Trump. We are still waiting for Wisconsin, still waiting for Michigan, still waiting for Pennsylvania.
Okay. Wow. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, we knew that they were going to keep us waiting. They said even for weeks they've mentioned it. So right now it's what? It's almost 1 a.m. and we're still waiting. And I think it's because they're waiting for that truck with extra ballots.
Right, but everybody's up this time. Everybody's watching this time, so.
Well, people in Europe are up and getting ready for work, and they're watching right now as well, and in the rest of the world.
Well, back in 2016, when this occurred, apparently Hillary Clinton did the same thing. Yeah. She said she was going to make a speech the next morning, and she conceded. Do you think that's what we're going to see from Kamala Harris if hopefully Pennsylvania comes back for Trump?
I think she will. Yeah. And Kamala Harris is probably relieved. She knows in her heart she's not ready for this. So.
Yeah, I'm wondering, you heard MSNBC saying that they believe the House is going to go to the Democrats, and they said that's going to be, consequential. What do they mean by that? Do you know what they meant by that?
They're grasping at straws. They gotta say something.
Republicans still won the Senate, so I don't see how that's so consequential.
I think they just gotta say something.
Exactly. And maybe it's consequential in the sense that it's going to be divided government.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, which is fine. Divided government is a good thing. It's not bad. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, he got Georgia, so we're waiting for Pennsylvania, but I don't think it's going to get called.
I'm loving these New York Post headlines. On the New York Post page, it says "Dawn to the wire."
Yeah, right. If you look at that New York Times site and you drill down on Pennsylvania, it's actually saying that this has been ticking up, saying that, and now he has a 79% chance of winning the state. He's got 50.8% of the vote. She's got 48.2% with 90% of the votes in.
Right. So why are they not calling?
Right, at 90% in.
Yeah.
Well, Trump is actually, reports are stating, breaking, Trump is headed to Palm Beach, Mar-a-Lago, to address supporters. So we'll bring you guys that. He is headed to Mar-a-Lago, where it appears he's going to make a speech of some kind.
I hope he doesn't right now. I hope he doesn't make it right now. I want to have Pennsylvania and or Michigan or Wisconsin, one of those in before he makes that speech.
Oh,
I agree.
Yeah,
I
I
agree
too.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully he'll hold off. Yeah. But overall, he's got a 93% chance of victory.
The meter on the New York Times page, the likely Trump meter, it just slowly went over from likely to very likely, right on the border, right on the line.
And, you know, now, to be fair, Trump may be getting some type of inside polling showing that Pennsylvania is going to be called in his favor.
Maybe.
So,
But I still don't want him to make, I don't want him to make the speech until.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
I don't want him to make the speech.
Yeah. So this is great.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like we want to get excited, but it's just like not yet.
We're ready to dance. Really.
I am.
Like,
I've been
I've
ready
been
all
sitting
night.
here for too
It's
long.
Like we're waiting for our water to break.
I need to move.
Well, I can't relate to that one, but you know what though? This is a repudiation of Hollywood, which is so great. You know, they thought they had so much influence with this, and apparently not.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, I personally can't recall another elected official having more celebrity endorsements than Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I mean, she had Oprah, she had Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Jennifer Lopez. I mean,
Usher.
Right. The list went to Cardi B, all of the rappers, Eminem. I mean, we saw them all speak at her rallies. The list goes on.
Yeah.
And it's like you mentioned, I mean, people saw through it. They saw through it.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the cartoons tomorrow. All the leftists on the news shows. I want to see their faces. You know, just the tears, like whoever said, what did he say? J.D. Vance crying. Tyrone, you forgot to remind me to get some stocking Kleenex.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. For real. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel, and again, I'm not even going to say it yet. I'm not going to say it yet. But do we think they're going to riot? Do we think they're going to protest?
I don't think they are. I don't think they're going. I knew that there's a possibility. I never thought that it would happen. I don't.
You don't?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know what to expect because, well, the fact that they sent people home from Howard University, I feel like they were worried that there might be riots. So, and I mean, they just don't want that image. I guess they don't want Howard University to have that kind of image of rioting people. It's, historically black university. And so they said, okay, she's going to come out tomorrow, go home. And I think they also, they probably don't want their people to get hurt in the chaos. So I wouldn't be surprised because I remember 2020 very well. I was in DC and we had fights, literal fights between large groups of people. Every time there was this, the rally, people came out and there were the Antifa and the Proud Boys, and the Antifa were the ones who were actually causing most of the property damage.
Right.
So, or it was also, right, in 2016, I remember this too. In 2016, the Antifa and just a bunch of lunatics came out and started breaking bus stops, Starbuckses. They were just breaking windows in DC. And so I remember that very clearly. It was very infuriating because they were just interfering with people's everyday lives. And so I wouldn't be surprised that they're going to come out of the woodwork right now and do something like that again.
Yeah, I think they will do too. I think there are going to be some riots, depending on the city. There are going to be some riots, but something I was going to say. You know who I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about Bevelyn Beatty Williams. You know, I mean, with this victory, maybe Trump can somehow, intervene. And you guys know Bevelyn Beatty Williams, we did a whole show on her. Definitely check our video tab on our YouTube channel. But she is the pro-lifer who was sentenced to 3 years for protesting at an abortion clinic. She is a new mom, a new wife, actually, and she has been pleading for some type of justice for this. So
I think people can be also writing messages to Trump once he is in office about Bevelyn Beatty and asking Trump to intervene in this situation, that she needs to be free. She's a freedom fighter, and we all need to rally behind her.
Yeah,
I think along those lines with Bevelyn and the J6 prisoners as well. Not only that, he can pardon himself.
Yeah. Okay. Well, some of his
from the
federal,
right? They were some of them were state, but it's highly unlikely that these charges will still go through. Highly unlikely, but I mean you never know. It's always that 1% chance. So there's a lot of downstream consequences of him winning, not just for him in the presidency itself, but there's some other things that can happen because he is president that will affect us. Again, even down to Bevelyn possibly being pardoned.
Yeah, and sometimes I think about weird stuff like this, and you guys tell me if you do this, but like I think about how God kind of does things, and so you think about it may have been a situation where God was like, I'm not going to intervene in this. I don't know if I want Trump to be elected. And then little things say, well, wait a minute, you did that to my girl. You're putting Bevelyn in jail. I can't have that happen. You put this J6er. Wait a minute, I can't let the grandma go to. And so little by little, God says, I got to intervene in this thing. You done messed with too many of my warriors.
Well, and remember also when the assassination attempt on Trump, thank God, God intervened, but also a person that died was a Tory
Corey
Compatore.
It was awful.
And there's a person who literally got murdered that day, and I think that was another very heavy reason why they can't win. We can't let them win.
It's interesting because I was thinking similarly what you were thinking, KJ. It's not that you were thinking crazy, but one of the things I think, again, if we go back to human nature, right? I'm guilty of it. Every human being is. We try to figure out all the pieces and the parts of anything and everything, right? That's just human nature. And it talks about man plans, but God laughs, right? And again, I'm not saying this as a criticism. And I think, and God knows that we do this. But at the same time, when we have the reality of being able to look back, there's an old song that says, as I look back over my life, I can see how your love has guided me, right? Based on Lamentations 3:16. But when we actually can stop and look back, this is why senior citizens, they have the perspective of time. They have the perspective and they have the idea, the wisdom to tell younger people, you know what, all that stuff doesn't even matter, right? Because they've been through it. And sometimes as we grow, hopefully, we do get to some places where we can just pause and say, you know what, I don't even have to have it all figured out. First of all, I won't, right? And I'm not going to have it all figured out, and I don't have to. Sometimes it's just a matter of, like my grandmother and my elders used to say, to just rest. Rest in it. just rest. That's a hard, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying that, I don't fight against sometimes, but sometimes you have to get to a place, a life place. My old pastor used to say, if you've never been there, keep living. You have to be able to just rest in it. Nope, it's not going to be perfect. All the pieces may not be in place, but you still have to learn how to rest in whatever it is. That's a hard thing to do. I'm not saying it as a criticism. I'm just making an observation.
And I think we have T here. T from the, she's at the Kim Classic campaign. Hi, T.
You look great, T.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, how are you? I know you are at the Kim Classic headquarters. So Kim did not have a successful
what happened?
night. Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, I was at the Kim Classic event tonight, and we didn't pull it off, but we won in so many other ways. Because Kim had, at the time, we left 43.5% of the votes in Baltimore City County and Carroll County, which is great. We didn't pull it off, but we won.
You increased the percentages from last time?
What's that?
Did you increase your percentages from her previous race?
We did.
Well, it was a different county.
We did from the last race.
Good.
Yeah, and right now I'm at the Maryland GOP where we're celebrating and dancing all around the.
Oh, are you at the Westin?
I'm at the Westin now.
So my parents should be there. My mom and my stepdad.
Oh Lord.
They should be somewhere. I mean, I told them to go there.
I don't know what they look like. What are your parents? We're actually everyone is packing up now.
I'll let them know to look for you.
Oh, I don't know. What's your mom's name?
Tatiana.
Tatiana.
So y'all know he got Georgia, right?
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, it was the night was bittersweet. However, the morning shall come, and we're hoping, fingers crossed.
Comes in the morning.
Joy comes in the morning.
You know what, Tyrone? That may have been prophetic with her saying that, right?
Right.
Y'all said it already.
We still waiting. We kind of waiting for Pennsylvania, but it looks like it's definitely hopeful.
Oh, definitely hopeful.
Yeah.
I miss you, ladies. Y'all look so pretty in your colors. What's that?
What'd you say, T?
I said I miss y'all. Y'all look so pretty in your colors. My red would be perfect.
Yeah. We miss you too, T.
Baga Trump 2024. Let's go. We got some people here.
Oh, okay.
2024.
Yes.
Bye.
All right, see you. All right, bye-bye. See you.
All right.
Guys, it was John Podesta that came out and told everybody to go home back
in
in
2016.
2016. And as far as pardons, I think he's going to pardon Hunter, and I think he's going to pardon Eric Adams.
Oh, okay. And why do you think he's pardoning Hunter?
A good faith gesture.
Okay, it's a little bit more complex with Hunter. I think that the Democrats are still going to try to get the first female president. I think that they're going to make a deal with Biden to go ahead and step down. If he doesn't, this is just a wild theory. If he doesn't, then they will not make a deal with Trump to go ahead and pardon him. I think that's the linchpin they're going to use.
You mean before December they get Biden out of there and she takes over?
Biden out of there, give her a few weeks of being the first female woman president of color. We'll see. I mean,
you know what, Tyrone? I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. So
they're into identity politics.
Yeah,
like
I wouldn't put it past them.
You know, and somebody asked, "Was I drinking milk?" No, this is water with lime in it.
Got it.
Okay.
Tyrone, let me see. It's 1:05. We don't feel no ways tired. We come too far.
Oh, that's right.
Wait, I don't even know what that means.
It's a James Cleveland spiritual.
You got to show her Hillary Hillary doing that.
I know. I saw.
We have the clip. Yeah, we have.
And Kamala talking about joy in the morning. Well, we got a few. I mean, it's one.
Can we play some of those clips of Kamala over the last couple?
Yeah, the accent.
Yeah, the
different
accents and the.
Play the one when she got to be woke.
And when she was in the hospital, she was in the church. Oh God.
What she say? You just got to be woke.
What about? How about this one? Don't you have no sympathy, man?
Man, that's right. The Jamaican accent.
She's talking Latino. She's talking Latino.
Do you think you just fell from a coconut tree?
Yeah.
And with the Latino, she's like, "You okay? We okay?"
Has anybody checked on the people at MSNBC?
Oh, we've been on there. We've been checking
Joy Reid, I think her. I think she is getting darker and darker.
Yeah. And her hairline is receding more and more.
All in one night. All in the night.
Poor thing. She's so nervous. Her hairline has receded all the way to the kitchen.
All night.
To the kitchen.
All night. I don't know what colors they got on her, but oh my gosh, she looks like
a piece of dookie.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. A piece of dookie with some type of colitis.
Lord have
Mucus.
mercy.
Hair looks like mucus doing dookie.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, colitis.
She looks like evil, really.
Oh yeah,
that's what I mean. Darker, like she in some kind of fire.
Folks, let me tell you something. If Trump wins, prayerfully he does, we need to start praying because these fools are getting crazy. They're gonna go wild.
That's why I can't wait till the news comes on.
They're going wild. Do you hear me?
Who is the short-haired lady there?
Which one?
On the MSNBC?
Joy Reid?
No, the white lady.
Are you talking about on The View?
No, MSNBC. What's the lady's name that looks like a man?
One.
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow.
Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, she was. I remember her in 2016. I mean, she was breaking.
Her face started.
And we haven't seen
a little bit like nerve twitching or something.
If we have CNN, let's see if we can get Van Jones on.
Oh Lord, let me get the Kleenex.
Yeah, crying man Van Jones. I'm sure he's crying.
So we got 247 electoral votes to 210.
Okay. Yeah. Come on, Big Mama, Pennsylvania.
Tyrone, on New York Times, that meter has gone up over even more into the very likely column. It's a 95% chance, very likely, of Trump victory.
So Fox has it 248 to 216 on their map.
Okay.
What's the math, Gimpy?
2 more states. He needs 2 more.
It.
I need 2. Pennsylvania, and any other one.
And it's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, what else?
Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska.
I want to do a special shout out to Scott Pressler of Pennsylvania. I mean, that guy has been working around the clock.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He really did. I remember him driving from Virginia to Pennsylvania. He was from Virginia. We went to the same university.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah.
went to George Mason University, very liberal university right in Northern Virginia. And I saw a video of him when he was driving to Pennsylvania to flip Pennsylvania. And this is also his career is on the line.
Oh yeah.
Well, we got another shout out then. We got to shout out Elon Musk.
Oh yeah.
And Joe Rogan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard.
We got to shout them out. Yes.
RFK Jr.
So let's listen in. Yep. Let's listen in here.
We need some sound, please.
Let's go and see. Now, I am told that when Donald Trump gets here, it's not clear if he's going to go to the stage right away. We know, obviously, they have called North Carolina and Georgia, which were big wins for the Trump campaign. Whether or not they're going to wait for one more of those big swing states remains to be seen. We do believe he's going to be here imminently, that he's going to leave Mar-a-Lago, head over here. We obviously know that they've bussed over all of the people from Mar-a-Lago who have just arrived here. We've seen this room fill out. But how exactly exactly he's going to handle this moment remains to be seen. We know what happened, obviously, in 2020. I am told he's in a very different headspace now than he was at that point, probably because of the fact that they are telling him that he could win this.
Yeah, you could sense that today when he was voting at his polling place as well. He was talking in more reflective ways about the campaign. He was saying he believed it was one of the best campaigns they've ever run, talking about in terms of just pure messaging. I mean, obviously, some of his allies would disagree from the candidate himself on that front. But one thing about this room tonight, obviously it's filled with his supporters who were here, who were invited by the campaign. A lot of his allies were also at Mar-a-Lago with him, people like Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dana White. We've seen Senator Marco Rubio trickling in here. House Speaker Mike Johnson is also on the way. So it's also important to see who's going to be around him.
That's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot. It's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot who actually steps up and shows up here tonight, who left their races early before they were called or right after they were called to come to Palm Beach. And we were told that there were a lot of people considering doing that because of the fact that they know Donald Trump cares about loyalty. They were considering coming if it looked like the race was going the way that it currently looks like it's going. So we can likely expect more House members here that we've seen already.
Yeah, and we know family members obviously have been around him. We saw, I was told by someone that Barron Trump was with him in Mar-a-Lago earlier. Obviously, Melania Trump went and voted with him at their polling place just a few hours after y'all got back from Michigan from that early morning rally. Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, I think that's an open question. They do live down here, obviously, in South Florida, but they have not been prominent faces on the campaign trail.
And even during his trials, I mean, one thing to remember is that they came and saw him after he was convicted, but stayed behind closed doors at all times. They were up at Trump Tower. They never made an appearance with him. He has really done this campaign without any of their help. They've been with just Aaron.
Yeah, obviously, Kristen, thank you. Jake, back to you.
Thanks so much. We have a major projection in the battle for control of Congress.
Oh, come on, mister.
And CNN can now project that Republicans will win back control of the United States Senate. We can make this projection because CNN projects Republicans win the U.S. Senate seat in Nebraska. The GOP picking up enough seats to reclaim the majority that they lost 4 years ago. This is a huge victory for Donald Trump's party as we're still waiting the final outcome of the presidential race.
This.
And Dana Bash, there were a lot of questions in the air about what was going to happen. Ultimately, what happened with the U.S. Senate is what we generally thought was going to happen. Republicans now have control.
It was a very, very good map for Republicans this time around. A very bad map for Democrats. One of the questions was whether or not these kind of brand name, long-serving Democrats would be able to kind of outperform the realities of their states, whether it's Jon Tester in Montana or Sherrod Brown in Ohio. And the answer is no.
Yeah, Sherrod Brown is a great example because he came to office in 2006 during a kind of blue wave, survived 2018. Like, he was always there for when it was more favorable for Democrats, and that was not this year.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president. It means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate, which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blunt.
So, for example, on immigration policy, which is something that we think that Donald Trump would, if he wins, want to enact something along the lines of the proposals he's made. Republicans have said, we passed an immigration bill, H.R. 2, which was a compromise package. A tough. It wasn't a compromise package. It was a tough immigration bill. At least. It was no H.R. 2.
He's talking about the House.
Sorry, the House version is what I'm saying. The Senate version was bipartisan. The House version, when you ask Speaker Johnson, what have you accomplished? He said, well, we passed all this legislation but it just died in the Senate because Chuck Schumer wouldn't even allow a vote on it, assuming that Republicans hold on to the House, and we have no idea, but it's not crazy.
But you're getting into a level of detail that I think,
my point is just that
Donald Trump campaigned on mass deportations. So
what I'm saying is he could do
was for.
That's what I'm saying. My point is whatever Donald Trump wants, if they have the Senate now, if they get the White House and if they get the House, if they keep the House, whatever Donald Trump wants will become law. There will not be the backstop of the Senate controlled by Democrats.
Or at least
this is not trying to say.
a bit
we may
more
be looking at a map
than
of,
what we
of
had
voters
in the last
who
4
weren't
years
looking
around
to
the world.
because of
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not to get too sort of dorky here, but I think it is still possible, if he is president, that some big pieces of legislation could be stopped in the United States Senate, because legislation at this point still needs 60 votes. But it is the cabinet who he's going to have in his, not just in and around his administration, but again, the bench. That is all
it was actually 2017.
regular majority.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about it, because the Supreme Court they ruled on the Chevron deference and basically said executive agencies can't have the untrammeled authority to do what they want. It has to be passed by Congress. And you could end up with the Democratic minority. I mean, again, all of this is somewhat speculative. Democratic minority in the Senate being able to block legislation, and the Trump agencies not able to enact it on their own.
Yep. Just one of many things that we would be talking about if Donald Trump does, in fact, win. We're not there yet. Jake, over to you.
Thanks, Dan. Let's bring you back to the key race alert and where we stand with the battleground states that we have not called yet. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.1%. Kamala Harris is 47.8%. Donald Trump has an almost 220,000 vote lead. That's with 93% of the estimated vote in from the great Keystone State. Michigan, Donald Trump up 52.4% to Harris's 45.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 244,000 vote lead in Michigan, with 66% of the estimated vote in. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump, 51.2%. Harris, 47.1%. Donald Trump with a more than 120,000 vote lead, with an estimated 89% of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead, 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead with an estimated 53% of the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51% to Kamala Harris's 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 37,000 vote lead with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King.
You're looking at the map and we're watching and we're just trying to see. The only question really now is, well, the first question is, can the vice president win Pennsylvania? If she does not, Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And then from there, if she wins Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still has other paths to 270. So for the vice president, your priority is here. And you'll notice all three of those states are red. That's the so-called blue wall. The blue wall is ruby red at the moment, not done counting the votes. So let's turn it off and wander through them, starting in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Key thing here, these are close battleground states. Look at the size of Donald Trump's lead as we go through them. Right, Joe Biden wins this by 80,000 and change 4 years ago. Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome. When you're at 93%, and statewide so far you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that, when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperformed where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you could come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back.
Just
but again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81.
So she still lost
and you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here.
Bucks County!
We lost sound.
Oh, we can hear again.
All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Look. Is this? We missed this projection. Donald Trump will win this. Is this a projection?
Oh my God.
What did I say?
He is on his way to becoming the 47th president
Oh.
of the United States. With this, the path for Vice President Harris has narrowed, and there's really no path going forward. It's vanished. This is historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania. Everything from the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and he can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen. Ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts. They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president. And his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance and the J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Britt Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech he said, "You don't have Nixon to kick around anymore." No one could imagine after that failed race for governor, he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like. That he has been able to accomplish this, it is nothing short of astonishing and amazing. And also I think about Susie Wiles, who's his campaign manager, very quiet, does not like the limelight. Chris LaCivita, who works on it. All of those people who worked so hard and stuck by Trump, no matter what was said about him, they were called every name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that.
Just mute it.
Oh, we gotta get her clip. That clip.
Nah, but I gotta say this, right? Like, so I've been watching that Art of the Surge, what we talking about, and of course y'all played the clip today. But I'm telling you, like, with that whole scene where he's getting shot at, and then he gets like, I get, I won't say emotional. You do. But I get it gives me chills every time, and just to see where we are, right here.
Let's do a video. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yo.
We did it, folks.
This is crazy.
That's why y'all to dance.
Woo! Let's go. Let's go! Look at this! Yes!
Yada! Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants.
Let's go! MAGA 2024! Yes! I did.
I'm doing boots and pants. Boots and pants and boots and pants and boots and pants. It's time for the percolator. 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 Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots. Love the boots and cats and the boots. You just realized. You just realized what I was saying.
No, I didn't hear what you said. I thought you were doing the beat.
Boots and cats.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I just heard the beat.
That was the whole point. Boots and boots.
Oh my God.
Boots and cats.
I don't even care.
Man, y'all still live. Y'all know that, right?
We are. We so excited, guys. We did it.
We was down to 103. That's all right.
Y'all still alive.
It's a landslide, basically. It's like this.
I mean, we knew this was going to happen, but people had to turn out to vote.
That's okay.
That's all you had to do. You had to go vote.
Goes on. And this is not just, a victory for the White House tonight, but also, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which, of course, Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did, the very first thing that he did in 20.
Yeah, hit the live. Just go live. Oh. He took us out.
These people still just don't get it.
Who? Yeah, I am upset about Question H in Baltimore. Because it was for smaller government, but
it would
can't
truly
win them all.
like to complete ethnic cleansing of
Go
Gaza.
fight again.
And so the consequences, ironically, for those, Mark Lamont Hill, who's been a staunch supporter of the Palestinian rights movement, came out in favor of Harris as well. And so I think, if we don't know that this will be the case, but I think that's one of the interesting questions: is that the outcome for people in Gaza and in Lebanon, if Trump were to become president, would be absolutely devastating. It would be everything Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do for 30 years, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon. And so I think for people who care about that issue and who that was their voting issue, it would be highly ironic.
You got to care about something
if the
bigger
outcome, it was literally to make it far worse than the Biden administration has made it.
And to Alex's point about the
You
sort
can
of
let everything
reckoning that's
else
happening, or at least just sort of like thinking
around
through
you
the possibilities,
go to
right, that are
crap.
happening.
As long as you show that you care about
there's like
somebody else
intelligence
and someone
apparatuses
else.
in all these places. There's briefing apparatuses in all these places. Like there are a lot of conversations happening right now. There are going to be a lot of conversations happening right now, whichever way the night went, and whatever the indications were at this hour. But those conversations are happening in a lot of very different places at an incredibly high level, with enormous stakes at play in both the Middle East and in Europe.
Yeah, I mean. Yes.
Well, there you have it.
Yeah. There we have it, man. We should all feel, I know, this is a victory for us all. This is a victory for us all. Everyone on this feed that has been with us for the past year or so, we have been pushing, we have changed hearts and minds. We have just been being our authentic selves, pushing the facts, getting you guys out there the details, the nitty-gritty of these plans, showing you who Kamala Harris really was or really is. Folks, thank you. God bless America. God bless America. Yes, Bob. Yes.
Hey, so we ran a poll on the stream last night. I don't know if y'all knew this, but we ran a poll on the stream last night asking who's voting for Kamala. Who was voting for Trump. And the options were Trump for the first time, Trump for the second time, Trump for the third time. And out of about 500 votes last night, and this was on the live stream last night, 24% of the voters, of the people that voted in that poll, said that this was their first time voting for Trump. So I want you to press 1 in the comments to say you voted for Trump because maybe something you see here or just over the past year, 2 years. Was this your first time voting for Trump? I want you to let us know in the comments below.
Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. I prayed, I fasted this week, folks, and I asked God to grant us grace. Grant us grace. Grant grace for Bevelyn Beatty Williams. Grant grace for the family of Lake and Raleigh. Grant grace for all the people who have had to endure under this, I wouldn't even call it an administration. I would call it, what do you call it? This regime.
Yeah.
Regime. Thank you, God. Thank you, Father. Thank you.
Shout out to Tay, or TAE. Shout out to Mr. Tony Mack. First time.
God is good. Yes, he is.
And it looks like he's got the popular vote as well.
Wow.
Tyrone, I don't even know the numbers.
It's popular
First
vote.
time for Trump. All right, Deja. Yes.
Nice, Deja. Very good. Thank you.
So far, 66.5 million votes for Trump, 61.6 for Harris. So,
all right, that's great. That's great.
Popular vote and the electoral college.
It's a landslide.
81 million votes.
Yeah, it was.
Yes. This is what they call a mandate.
Yep. Big time.
Now, if we don't get the House, okay, that's fine too, but that's okay. These leftists, y'all know it.
Yeah, get ready.
Apoplectic.
Get ready.
Get
ready. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. Absolutely.
Wow.
It's not over, folks. It's just the beginning. It is not over.
Yeah.
It is not over. This was my first time. So many first-time voters for Trump.
Right on.
I said this last week, and my reason is because of the immigration, economy, yes.
And inflation.
And inflation, all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Bob.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. We still have a country. We still have a country, folks.
We got a chance to right this ship as much as we can.
Yes. That's how you know Sacred Grove. That's how you know ain't no president getting 81 million votes without phantom votes.
You got a point there, Sacred Grove.
Right.
You got a point there.
Right.
Most ever recorded, right? That was the most ever recorded, right?
Yeah.
81 million votes.
Oh my gosh. We did it. We did it, y'all. All you guys who have rolled with us, Rhonda, Krista, Kung Fu, CJ, all you guys, LAPD SWAT,
Blanca,
I mean, so many, all of you guys,
everybody,
who
thank
have
you.
Who have rolled with us. We have done this. We have talked to people. We have pushed out the facts. We did this. We should be proud Americans. We are the true freedom fighters. Yes, we are. Tyrone, what do you have to say? I'm just so excited.
Yeah, I mean, this is an absolute rejection.
Yes.
I mean, hey, look, it's after midnight. He whipped her ass.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Peter, like she stole something.
And
Joe
look,
said,
though,
it's time to smack that ass.
Should we be really surprised? I mean, this woman has never been popular.
No.
The media tried to manufacture a candidate.
Yes, they did.
And
like
we
Ben
rejected
Carson said, it either was going to work or it wouldn't. And thank God it did not work.
Right.
Brian Harkin with the €5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says it wasn't a regime. It was an invasion. God bless America. Ireland for Trump. All right, Brian. I wish I could speak the Irish accent. Thank you so much, Brian. Oh my gosh.
So I can't wait to see how this broke down.
Yes.
it's also a repudiation of Obama.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a repudiation of that. It's also a pushback against them trying to just push someone down our throats, push this whole racial grift. You know, people are tired of that. You saying you can just throw anything at us, a horrible economy, open borders, a crime out of the yin-yang, and you think we're going to take it. We will not. What's this? Kevin O'Leary is talking.
Go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets, the poly market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
So you're buying later.
Speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And he got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters? But
for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well. She said the people of that region love somebody who is a big thinker.
Why does it sound like you're going out like that?
Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so gold.
Oh, bring T in. T wants to come in too.
Gold just dropped. It's down $17 in the last, it's 126, about 10 minutes.
Is that good or bad?
That's actually good.
Good, yeah.
Okay, because what it's doing is it's saying that it believes inflation is going to come down.
Wow. Oh, that already.
And not only that, Tyrone.
Already.
Not only that, as with gold or investments in general, now regular folk can afford to buy a little bit more investments for their assets for the future.
That's right. That's right.
T, I said it earlier. Girl, we did it.
We did
this.
We did it.
Yes. We pushed this too. Popping politics.
I can't wait for an inauguration now. It's going to be a party, y'all. Party with Beyonce. Party with Beyonce.
That's right.
Party with Beyonce.
Oh yeah,
and party with Beyonce.
No, remember when Trump was first elected, one of the first things he did was they did that, they revised or reduced the taxes, right? That was like the first thing because that was that first year. Come on, April 15th, taxes should be going down.
Is that true, Tyrone?
They changed the tax code then.
Well, the Trump tax cuts are set to sunset in 2025.
And so they can renew them.
Right. So, I mean, hey, look, he's got the Senate, might get the House. Very likely that he will renew them. And there will be no more talk of the unrealized capital gains tax.
Thank you.
Look at Yana. Okay, Yana.
I've had this since 2020. Yeah, I've been.
What?
Was it 2020? No.
What?
Yeah, 2020.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
I'm so excited.
Take a photo with your hat.
All right, y'all. I'll see you at inauguration. What we got to make plans for inauguration now.
Yes, we do.
Yes. All right. I love y'all. Bye. Trump 24. We did it.
Hold on, T.
Yes.
All right, your prediction. How well did it hold up?
Well, I said 40%, right?
Yeah, we got to look. I'm looking at the breakdowns. We'll get all that this week.
We'll get the numbers.
I think it's about 20% though.
No,
Yeah, it was like 20%.
In Georgia,
which one of y'all said 20?
That's still an increase.
I think I think the highest was like 17%.
Okay. That's still an increase.
Of course, I told y'all.
But y'all had a wager. Y'all had a wager though. Somebody said 20 on the panel.
I don't know if someone said 20. I think it was 17. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, let's see.
Well, I don't know.
We gotta run that back. That show back.
Yeah, we gotta go back and find that video. But
If anything, it was Shelly.
Yeah, it might have been Shelly.
I think it was me.
Because KJ didn't have any hope at all.
No, KJ did not have hope.
No, it was me. It was me.
So
No,
who
KJ,
is still
you had no
KJ, it wasn't you.
It was me, but it's all right. That's
Okay,
all right.
we'll figure it out for sure because it was recorded.
Yeah, I have it recorded.
All right, TC, have fun.
Bye, y'all.
All right.
So who is still holding out?
All right, folks, hit those like buttons, hit the like buttons and subscribe, folks. This is just the beginning.
Michigan?
We are not finished. This is not over. We still have work to do. You know these nasty Democrats are going to try every way they can to stop Donald Trump from being inaugurated. So we still got work to do, folks. We still got work to do. We can celebrate.
Keep praying
that
he's safe.
Yes.
You know, he still has so much work to do. So we need him to be safe.
Yeah,
and
healthy and strong. Yeah, that's right. All right,
guys. Well, what was I gonna say?
Joy comes in the morning.
No, I wasn't gonna say.
I gotta see those tears. Are they already rolling? The tears?
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's turn to MSNBC.
The leftist tears. The liberal tears.
Man, yeah. Let's see how
Where
far.
are they?
Let's see how far.
I need to see
Joy
Maddow.
Reid's hairline is gone back.
Maddow lady and Joy Reid.
Yes, Van Jones. Oh. They don't even want to show their faces.
No. They learned the lesson in 2016.
It looks like Trump is speaking.
The Muslim and the Arab vote.
It looks like Trump is speaking.
Can you put it on that? Trump speaking in Mar-a-Lago.
I think he's speaking,
So proud of the immigrants in
Let's
this
show
election.
Trump speaking in Mar-a-Lago. My battery's about to die. Do we have Mar-a-Lago? Fox News? Oh, he's not on.
I'm looking on Instagram. Some people put it on Instagram.
I really think the so-called minority vote did a lot in this election, and I was just going to say, I feel like Trump is such a unifying force right now. It's amazing, and hearing that all these people from other countries who are legal immigrants in this country, they have voted for Trump. That says a lot.
Newsmax just declared Donald Trump wins presidency. Oh, yes. Fight. We fought and we won.
And everyone who has been sharing our podcast and talking to people, thank you so much, and encouraging people to vote and not being afraid and doing your posts on social media and meeting people in person and working for campaigns. You did it.
I know what I was going to say. The Senate, controlled by Republicans without the need for Larry Hogan.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. You should have heard Nicole was talking about that.
Yeah, that makes it even sweeter.
Yeah.
There's nothing he can
without
say.
Larry Hogan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Van Jones. Van Jones in the closet crying.
Yeah, but he's really not well.
He's not well.
It's not well.
Well, ladies,
All right.
y'all have a good evening.
All right.
We'll talk soon.
All right.
All right.
All right. Well, I think that's everything then, right?
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, folks. We will see you soon. I don't know if we're going to be on tomorrow or we stick it till Friday, but thank you so much for watching with us tonight. get on your knees and pray tonight and thank God for this victory, because the victory is his. It is his. Yeah. And we just continue to pray for grace and mercy for Trump, that God puts a hedge of protection around him and those that are working for the good and the betterment of our country. We did it, folks. MAGA 2024. Let's go. Count your blessings and live a life of purpose. Good night.